In a way, no.
That answer alone is kind of telling because you think that there, in a way, there is a way that I answered your question.
Yes.
Feels like as long as you, by biblical, I just mean like you have a word that is in the Bible in some kind of sentence format that you feel like you're giving an answer when you have not even like taken in what the question was.
Oh, you guys don't even get it yet. He's winning. He's winning. I couldn't take the winning anymore. It was so much winning. I had to go make coffee just so I could come back and see if he was still winning. And he is. He's still.
Look,
winning.
I noticed he was winning earlier.
Yeah. Did you guys figure out how he's winning yet?
Oh, I figured it out whenever you said you were going to leave to go make coffee. And I said I didn't really have any answers or any questions because I didn't feel like it was going to get answered.
Oh, no, that's absolutely wrong. And the way that he is winning was by having an answer for every question.
But is having a wrong answer really having an answer?
Yes, he had an answer.
I knew you were going to answer like that.
But I'm winning.
He absolutely won, you guys. He had answers to all the questions, and you heard it there. He was very happy with all of his answers.
Profile pictures. Instead of names to remember who people are.
To the point where I'm also, whenever people ask me what my religious views are, I'm just not, well, at least on this panel, I'm just not going to get into them.
Do you know why I don't?
Oh, I know exactly why you don't.
Hello, how are y'all today?
Doing great, Angela. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 38.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do, but it's a little complicated. I'm firm in my foundation, but I have extra perspective. I grew up in
You're cutting out there. You said you're firm in your foundation. What?
I do believe in a higher power, but I believe it's an energy. If we're gonna be honest.
What is energy?
Well, energy can't be destroyed. It can only be transmuted from one form.
I didn't ask. Oh, I didn't ask for attributes of energy. I asked what is energy.
Can we really describe it? I mean, it's a
What
force.
is the thing that can't be destroyed or created?
The atoms, the particles. I don't really know how to describe that. I'm just explaining. That's a good question, though. I'm gonna have to deep dive that.
Especially if you're saying, you know, you're using energy to mean something.
Now, can I explain why I have this perspective to maybe give you a little understanding of my?
I'm sorry. Which perspective?
So, I grew up.
Back up. Can you explain why you have this perspective? Which perspective is that?
The perspective of energy, of it not being destroyed, and why I think that everything is connected to this God source, this energy, whatever you call it.
I'm sorry, you're saying you have a perception on God source. You gotta let me finish. I've got a question. You're saying you have a perception on God source energy, but you don't know what energy is. So how can you have a perception on it? I'm a little confused.
Maybe because my grandma works for the CIA and the DIA, my grandpa works for the Pentagon, and I've read things that I don't understand.
Okay, so we're dealing with someone who's not actually well or willing to have conversations. So let's have somebody who's actually willing to have a conversation and not just throw. What the fuck was that?
CIA, Grandma,
How the fuck did that have
you,
anything to do with the
and
question I
it's
asked?
too close to home.
What was the other thing she said? CIA, DIA? What's a DIA?
Well, it's the one that comes right before the EIA.
Department of Internal Affairs.
Yes, CIA, DIA, EIA, FIA. Go all the way up.
But I think that's normally just like an HR within a governmental thing. But I don't know. I could be wrong on that.
Why didn't she just say energy is the ability to do work?
She says, look up her pinned posts and apologize. I'm not apologizing. You just decided to yell an answer at me that had nothing to do with the question. I don't care if it's true. It had nothing to do with the question I asked. You're not actually communicating with us. You're just, what, bragging? It had nothing to do with the question.
As a seat of authority, apparently. Which I don't even know what the CIA has to do with energy.
Well, it has everything to do with
I mean, if
energy.
she
You
wants to
just
try
don't
again,
listen.
if she wants to try again, she can try again, but I don't need you to share truth, Angela. That's not what my life is about. This isn't come prove your God to me and yell at me about what you think you know or who your daddy is. I don't care. I want to know if you have a belief in a God or gods, what it is, and if you can question that. If not, then you're just wasting my time. It's all good. No one yelled at you. Okay, you outbursted quickly who your family is and what they do. It doesn't answer my question about energy. And that's why I question. Yeah, see, you're telling me in the comments how you didn't answer my question. Thanks. Thanks for letting me know that I made the right decision.
Also, don't tell people when your elderly relatives were CIA. They're like more vulnerable now.
Yeah, she's confirming in the comments that she was not interested in questioning her beliefs, just telling everyone, hey bananas, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hi, I'm 33.
What year were you born?
92.
I'm sorry, what?
92.
Are you just waking up, falling asleep? Are you drunk?
I think I just have a quiet voice. That's
Okay,
what
fair enough. Sounded a little mumbly, that's why I asked. Do you
Oh,
have a
no, I have
belief
really
in a
quiet
god?
sleepiness.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power or anything like that?
A higher power.
What does higher power mean to you?
So we've had this discussion before, and I tried to listen to y'all for a second, and I was just like, hold on. This doesn't make any sense. Or whoever was just speaking didn't make any sense. Higher power, I mean... You're yawning.
I didn't yawn, no.
No, somebody did.
No, it was a sigh.
Don't remember either.
Okay, so if you can't maintain your thought long enough to answer the question, we're just gonna keep going bananas. But maybe another time when you're a little more awake, then maybe we can have a conversation. But I didn't feel like that was.
It is. I was really trying to give her the benefit of the doubt.
I was too, and maybe she can try again. just didn't feel like there was a coherent sentence there, and right after, I don't know.
Yeah, I think I wandered in right after the last one got dropped.
That was, yeah. Banana says that wasn't cool. Bananas, you can try again. I just didn't feel like you were talking to me. It felt like you were falling asleep in the middle of your sentence. Hey, Lyrian, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 39.
You're a little bit quiet there. Did you say 39?
Yes, I'm 39.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I do. Is it only about God? Or is it something like a street epistemology? Yeah, but I do believe in God.
Something
That's
like
your question, yeah.
something along those lines, but not
Yeah, no,
quite.
no
So-
problem. Since you asked,
That
I
is the
believe-
closest I've ever heard, to be honest, Thrayle.
I believe in
people,
God.
people have come up here and said straight up what I'm doing. But so you have a belief in a god. What is your god?
My God is my particular God is the ground of being, existence itself.
The ground of being, existence itself. I'm sorry. Is your God like a particular God from any religion or scriptures, some doctrine? Is there any way we can know more about your God? Which God is it?
The Christian God.
The Christian God, I see. I'm not interested in your tag argument, but I am interested in knowing if you believe the Bible. Have you read your Bible?
I have, to a good extent. I'm not a biblical expert, but I've read the Bible and I know a bit of.
Do you believe it's entirely true and literal?
Yeah, I do. No, not literal, but I do believe it's true. Yeah, I believe it communicates truth. It communicates truth. Yeah, but how you read it could differ.
It communicates truth, but how you read it can differ. What does that mean?
Yeah, like I believe in different literary genres. So it could be communicating truth through poem, or through saga, or through history, or through different literary genre. You can employ different means to communicate truth. Obviously, before the advent of a scientific understanding of the world, human beings have communicated different way. So now that we live in the modern world, we need a kind of understanding of metaphysics. So that's like a scientific
so stop
understanding.
for just a moment. I'm not interested in this speech. I was just interested in if you believe the Bible is true and literal. So it sounds to me like you believe it is true, and if it isn't, then you will interpret it to be true. Is that correct?
Yes, correct. Yeah.
So even if there's some contradiction, glaring error, or mistake in the Bible, seemingly, you will find a way to interpret it to still be true.
Yeah, right. I will essentially say that it's communicating the truth.
So you assume that the book is true before even reading or understanding it to be true?
Oh, well, since that, because if you come from the standpoint that not everything in the Bible can be like investigated right now, so of course there's a faith belief that has to go with that.
Do you believe in the 6-day creation?
Not literally 6 days, so no.
So not the literal 6 days. Do you believe the order given in Genesis 1 is accurate?
Not literally. Yeah, I believe it's accurate, but I think it's poetic. It's like a poetic. Presentation of the creation order.
A presentation of the order of creation given through an exaggerated lens where days mean something else.
Yeah, you can say that.
Okay. So you believe that is still true, though the order is accurate?
Yes.
Oh, I see. So does that mean that the order given in Genesis 2 is wrong?
No, it's another perspective of telling the same story.
How can it be another? I'm sorry. How can it be another perspective of the same story if the order is different?
Yeah, like I told you, poetically, for Genesis 1, use poem, to arrange it. Like, for example, it will say, okay, land was created on this day, and you have the corresponding land animal on 3 days after. So it's like one corresponds to 4, 2 corresponds to 5, 3 corresponds to 6, just like that. So it's like it's poetically laid out.
3 was the plants, right? Oh, I'm hearing my voice right back. Can you stop covering the speaker and mic area? That's making it echo more. Your phone is echoing. So you're saying that 3 is the paired with 6, and that's the one with the plants, right?
Yes, 1 paired with 4, 2 paired with 5, 3 with 6, or something like that.
So 1 pairs with the sun and moon, 2 pairs with the land animals. I got you. And 3 pairs with the humans. Somehow plants.
Water, yes. Water.
How do plants? I'm sorry. How do plants pair with humans in the same way that light pairs with sun and moon?
Yeah, it has to be something like land. Anything that lives on the land, then you pair it with humans and every other thing.
Wasn't land on day 2?
Day 2. I don't have the scripture in front of me. Maybe I have to take a look. But you get my point, right?
You're trying to make a poetic connection that doesn't seem consistent. Yes, I hear you.
Yeah, because I've looked it up before. That's how the church explains.
So if it's how the church explains it. So does it matter to you if that's true or not? If the church just says it?
Yeah, but owing that I cannot investigate everything, I have to appeal or defer to the authority of the scriptures, the custodian of the scriptures itself, so which is the church, from which we get the scripture, the Bible. So I can only appeal to the authority.
Can I ask a Socratic version of my question?
I don't know how to hear anything when all I hear is echo.
Am I echoing? What would be the problem? Let me see if I can.
If you have headphones, it would help. We're just hearing our voices echo back through your microphone.
Yeah, I'm using earphone. I'm using earphone. Is that a problem?
I don't know. It seems to be echoing back into your phone regardless.
You better now.
Yes.
Okay, I removed the earphone, so no problem.
Can I ask the Socratic version of my question?
Go ahead.
Lyrian, can you be wrong about this?
Yeah, I could be wrong about anything, yeah.
Could the Bible be wrong?
Could the Bible be wrong? Well, if you posit that God is infallible, then it would be logical to say that the Bible could be wrong. If God actually revealed the Bible.
Why do you... Yeah, I hear your ifs, but can you entertain Hammy's question without them?
Yeah, I could say the Bible could be wrong. My understanding of the Bible could be wrong. I could be wrong, so no problem in saying that.
So, if those could be wrong, how have you determined, without the perspective that God is right and God is, did all this?
The grounding.
Have you determined? Yeah, the grounding for everything.
Yeah,
how can you determine whether or not the Bible is correct?
Well, before getting to that, I have to, establish some things based on reasoned argument to establish God, the nature of God, God's attributes. And before I go into the Bible, so there are different steps you have to make to be able to now accept the Bible as infallible.
Well, hold on.
What did Hammy
Real
ask
quick,
you?
Thrayle.
You just completely ignored Hammy's question. What did he ask you?
Did you hear what I said?
Did you hear what Hammy said?
What
did Hammy ask you?
I said you have
repeat back. Repeat back Hammy's question.
he asked if how I could believe that the Bible is like the word of God or infallible, so to speak. Then I said you have to go back, you have to just leave that point, go back and establish based on reason first certain steps before you come to that conclusion.
I don't know if that's the right way to posit what I asked you.
Maybe you should just rephrase it. Let me see if I can address it. Okay?
Yeah, I'll just say it out again, a little bit more
Absent the assumption, which is where you were leading back to. Absent the assumption.
Absent the assumption that God is the grounding of all things, how can you know that the Bible is true?
Okay, so just to clarify, do I have to accept your premise that I'm assuming that God is grounded?
Stop.
No, because I don't believe it's an assumption. Yeah.
Stop.
So, but
stop for just a moment. Just
okay.
For a moment.
Okay.
Do you think this is a debate?
No, I'm asking for clarity so that I can answer his question, more clearly. He said absent of an assumption, so I think he believes maybe I'm assuming God's existence or God's nature, but I don't assume. I think it can be demonstrated.
Presuppose.
No, so I'm not presupposing. That's the problem. So that's why I asked for clarification.
I see.
I believe we can know God through reason.
He thinks. I see.
So.
You see where I'm coming from?
I know where you're coming from. I don't want to go down that route because I know nobody else wants to go down that route.
Yeah, no problem. So let's take it for granted. So, and I'll now say, without assuming, quote unquote, yeah, of course, I can say I will not be able to establish what you asked. Okay. If I don't assume certain things about God, then fine. Yeah, I will not be able to make that move.
So, all this hinges on, I fucking already knew it from the very get-go whenever you brought up tag, basically. Thrayle, I don't think I have.
He can't answer the question without it.
Yeah. So, I'm going to be really brief about this. Is your biggest hinge on this the tag argument?
What argument?
The tag argument.
Argument for what? Sorry.
A transcendental argument for God.
No. I'm the one I prefer is argument from efficient cause, and maybe making argument for like being. I said the ground of being. God is the ground of existence.
You're an Aquinas fan.
Yeah, I would say that.
I hate Thomas.
I'm a Catholic, so I'm an engineer, so that's how my brain works.
So, I really, really dislike Thomas.
He really because.
Are you looking for a defeater for Thomas or something?
No,
sorry.
I know I have defeaters for them. It's just that I dislike them so terribly much.
Yeah, but it's not like you.
It's just as insufferable as the tag people.
But it's not like you have issues with his arguments. It's not like you've refuted any of his arguments. You just don't like his style, maybe.
Larian.
Yeah.
You still think this is a debate, don't you?
No, I don't think I'm here to you.
They almost think it's a debate. Tutski and Hammy almost think it's a debate. Almost. They know better.
No, I don't think he's debating me.
They hear you talking, and they're both ready, like they're gearing their debate engines up.
No,
are you a debate?
You, Lyrian, haven't.
Hammy, are you a debate bro?
You haven't stopped your debate engine since you've been up here. It's running at least at pretty high RPM right now. We can hear it gutturally growling, ready to go. No, you keep doing it. Literally every question has dialed you back into your argument.
No, I think maybe it's a misunderstanding because I'm a Catholic and I like a lot of clarifications because
Lyrian,
this is
you literally said you haven't refuted any of his points, though.
Yeah, because he said he has some issues with he doesn't like Aquinas, so I was trying to get to the point.
He was trying to
the-
bait him
yeah,
into
why?
a debate. He was trying to bait the debate.
Well.
Oh, well.
Because I think
honesty, I mean, that's really what you're supposed to, right? Why would you?
Larian, the thing
like,
is I do have defeaters for Larian. I do have defeaters for Thomas. It's just that I know that this is not a debate space, so I'm not going through it.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That would have been it. That would have
So, are
been
you
it.
capable of actually questioning your belief, Larian?
Yeah, I've questioned my belief. Then I
What
became an
what is the harshest critique of your own worldview?
I kept questioning, then I came back. Sorry, say that again.
Can you give me the harshest critique of your own worldview?
The harshest critique of my own worldview. That would be dealing with evil. Like, okay, like I'll just tell you from experience. Like when I go into discussion of these things, and the first move people or my interlocutors make is to just jump. Do you believe in this God that this thing that did this thing in the Old Testament, the God that unalive babies? Like that's like, you don't even know where to start because there are a series of things you have to take for granted to land there, to even start to communicate. So it's very difficult now, taking on such position. So I think it's difficult for me to start when someone starts from that those kind of premises.
You're saying
I have a question.
It was a softball if I ever heard one. Go ahead, Tutski.
Do you agree that there are jumps in like it's going to be a presupposition? Like I can grant you that even like in an atheistic worldview, we have to take jumps in presuppositions. Do you agree that you also take a jump in presupposition saying that God is real?
I would say yes, but only insofar as we are dealing with something that is in scripture, something that is revealed. Because my belief said, according to my belief, we can know God and God's existence and some attributes of God by reason alone. There's no jump.
So
the jump is the admission that God exists. That's the jump.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We can demonstrate that without jumping, without taking any leap, any logical leap. We can demonstrate the premises follows the conclusion, then the conclusion goes with another argument. You just step by step demonstrate everything without presupposing anything.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
How are your premises? How do your premises not founded upon the existence of God already existing?
No, it doesn't rely.
The premises.
Yeah, my God existing will be demonstrated. That will be the conclusion of the argument, not the premise.
Tutski.
Like if you're familiar with Aquinas, he asked the question, does God exist?
Real quick, Lyrian.
He gave reasons why God doesn't exist.
Lyrian.
So,
hey,
Lyrian, the host is trying to say something.
Lyrian doesn't have respect enough to shut up, so I'm going to shut him up. Tutski, do you just want to hear his argument? Would that make you happy?
No, that's not actually. That's not what I'm after. I'm trying to figure out why he thinks that his extra assumption is valid. But he seems to think that his argument defends the extra assumption, which is circular. Is what I'm trying to get at here. You make a circular. You're making a circular point when you're saying that your premises defend the existence of God without already inserting the idea that God exists. You see how that can be circular, Marion?
No, I don't think that, because it's not like I pray, I say God before I start demonstrating what I'm about to do. Let's say I'm trying to demonstrate the existence of God, I'm not going to posit God first. I'm simply going to, go through the argument. Okay, there are things that exist, then about contingent existence, then we can get to something that is non-contingent. Then whatever that is, I will tell you, I will not even say, okay, that is God. I'll just tell you, whatever that is, whatever this contingent existence, which we can demonstrate through argument, through logic, this thing is the object of my worship. This is the particular object of my worship. So you don't have to presuppose God to make the argument. The argument is, as in, is the the God, or however I put it, is the conclusion. So I'm not.
He calls God whatever existence is contingent upon.
Yes.
If existence is contingent upon a celestial skeletal bat goddess unfurling her wings in accordance with the lambda-cedium model of physics, otherwise known as the Big Bang, in which our universe is just one membrane
Thank you so much.
appendages, then that would be his God, because the universe is, of course,
Yeah, thank you for that.
Yeah, of course. I think solid steel man, right?
So whatever the non-contingent reality is, or the ground of being, or the existence is, whatever that is what we worship.
So, without going through everything, just give me
that jump.
Tutski, I think you got some bars. Hammy was talking.
What I'm trying to get at.
So, Lyrian, without going in through the big long spiel, give me the very, very, very first premise. What is the first premise of this logical understanding?
You didn't hear it.
Okay, let's.
I heard it.
If I'm to say first premise, I would say, let's see. Okay, if I'm to go by from efficient cause, I would say from our ordinary experience that things exist. There is things that don't have to exist. There are things that don't have to exist, but they exist. For example,
hang on.
That's the first premise.
Hang on. Your first premise was that things exist that don't have to exist.
Right, like me and you.
Whoa. How did you determine that they don't have to exist?
Yeah, because we can conceive of a scenario where you don't exist or you did not exist, yet your parents gave birth to you.
Because you can conceive of a scenario where something doesn't exist, it therefore doesn't have to exist.
Yeah, so to speak.
How did you determine that? I mean, is that your criteria for what has to exist? As if you can imagine a world where it doesn't? Then
because because we already know it's a fact that there was a time you did not exist.
So he's sandwiching in the first premise.
Sorry? Come again, please.
Yeah, there's definitely a sandwich in the first premise.
Can you explain what you mean?
I could.
But did you get at least get what I'm saying, even if you disagree with it?
I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
Lyrian, what type of engineer are you? May I ask, if you feel like sharing?
No, it's fine. My undergraduate is in mechanical engineering.
So, in mechanical engineering, when we're making like assumptions about like setting up something to be tested, how do we determine if those assumptions were appropriate or not?
How we determine if those assumptions were appropriate? What do you mean by appropriate? I don't get. How we determine
like if we assume to make our calculations early or like easier that the Earth is flat, but like in some systems that's going to work. Like if we're designing a radio mast antenna for like short distance, that's not going to be an issue. But if we are designing a satellite, not taking into the fact that the Earth is actually a sphere is going to be a huge problem and going to result in a failure of the project. So, like, how do you determine what assumptions you're making and how, if they're appropriate or not?
Like you see if it mathematically squares up, or if it squares up with the physics already known physical laws and things like that.
So, how did you arrive at what is the math behind this non-contingent contingency thing? Because that, in and of itself, seems like a logical fallacy.
Oh well, the non-contingent contingency would be like the conclusion. That would be the last things the thing you arrive at. That's your destination. So that's not where you start. That's not where you begin. Because if you posit that, then that would be like taking a leap, getting to your conclusion before from the known.
Start from what?
You start from the known, like things exist, obviously. And the second premise, okay.
You start with things exist.
Yeah, as in from our ordinary experience,
things exist.
Things that this thing exists, yeah. And then a thing that came into existence cannot be the cause of its existence.
A thing that comes into existence can't be the cause of its existence.
Yeah, a contingent thing
what
can't be the
about
cause of itself.
an immortal immortal jellyfish go through various phases of life where they are they go from like a functional organism to a like basically non-functional cell for a little bit and then go back into a fully functional organism.
I'm sorry, I don't really understand that. Immortal fish?
They're called immortal jellyfish. They can go back into this larval egg state, and it's a way of regenerating and like resetting their genetic information so that they can truly like live on forever and not go through genetic degradation.
Really quick before he responds the way I'm pretty sure he's going to, I'm gonna really quick thank Shell and Jason for helping with our previous goal. I appreciate y'all so much.
Might be a
go
hybrid,
ahead
not
and
a jellyfish, but same difference.
you can go ahead about the jellyfish now, if you have a response, Larian. But
I'll have to be brief. I would say, yeah, that's fine, but it doesn't say anything about the beginning of that jellyfish. Okay, it could be eternal. Like in my Christian belief, I believe we'll live on eternally, but I think we have a beginning.
So why do you think there's a beginning? Regardless of the beginning, why do you think there is a beginning to everything?
Yeah, because of the contingency that I already talked about.
Why do you think, I'm sorry, your contingency argument doesn't tell me why you think there's a beginning to the universe.
Well, no, I wasn't making the argument for the beginning of the universe.
I know. I was asking you why you think there is a beginning to the universe.
Yeah, because of these contingent things has to be grounded. They would not exist.
When did you determine that the universe was contingent?
Maybe when I was in college. It wasn't really part of my understanding theology.
When you were in college, you determined the universe was contingent?
Yeah, that's
let's rephrase the question. How did you determine the universe was contingent?
No, I believe in Big Two, my friend mentioned. Did not believe
what about the Big Bang indicates that the universe is contingent?
No, that it has a beginning. There are some points the physical laws did not apply. So
Does it have a beginning?
I'm sorry. That's just it. You're saying it has a beginning. How does the universe, or how does the Big Bang imply that there is a beginning?
Yeah, that time, according to I think Vilenkin, it was Vilenkin that said that could be said to be the beginning of the universe.
Oh.
That it could be said to be the beginning.
Yeah.
Does it mean that it is the beginning?
No, because that's why I said it's a belief. I believe is a belief. It's not like I know this for sure.
So, with the fact that recently an entire group of cosmologists, theoretical physicists, and all this stuff, like an overwhelming percentage of them, had said that the Big Bang makes no claims on the beginning of anything. Does that change your belief at all?
No, because Aquinas granted that the universe could as well be eternal, and he made his argument factoring in the fact that just his belief, just his faith. So his argument will still hold even if the universe was eternal, because he believed in a kind of a hierarchical causation.
I'm sorry. Wait. Causation. How does eternity need a cause?
Yeah, that's if you understand what you mean by hierarchical causation instead of like sequential time causation.
You're saying that the universe... Stop. I'm asking a question. I don't know why you're still talking. So are you saying that the universe, if eternal, would still require a cause that is somehow parallel to it, rather than before it?
Right, so to speak, yes.
Why would you make that wild assumption?
Well, if you follow the argument step by step, then you wouldn't consider it.
I'm asking you why you make that assumption.
No, I didn't make an assumption. It's just like the argument necessitates it is a logical entailment.
Are you capable of thinking for yourself?
I am, but not without help. Like I appeal to established laws, established modes of thought to now.
Thinking for myself and not without help.
It's wild.
Sorry?
So close to the quote from Nightmare Before Christmas. I can't make decisions on my own. I'm only an elected official.
Yeah, because we are not isolated beings. We are like social animals. We are influenced by things, by the society, by parents, by the community, by institutions. So I don't think when people say I'm thinking for myself, I don't really think they mean that absolutely.
Okay. Does anybody else hear a questioning of belief going on? Because I certainly don't.
I haven't. What's going on for a while?
Cat, don't.
That's because all contingent things require a non-contingent thing, apparently. And that non-contingent thing must be God. Whether that God comes before the contingent thing or parallel to it is still contingent because he assumes so. Well, not because he assumes so, because Aquinas assumes so, and he believes him. He can't think on his own without the help.
What if you throw away the word God and just say whatever the non-contingent thing is?
You did that earlier, and you ended up with the celestial skeletal bat goddess under her wing. But
under her wing.
And I understand. Right. You could use anything for that, and just decide that because things are contingent upon it, it is God. The question, of course, is why assume that there is that, and you say that you're not assuming. Thomas Aquinas did your thinking for you, and you.
No, I did not say Thomas is thinking for me.
You said he helped. He helped.
yes, he helped, and a lot of things, established modes of thought, logical argument that existed before, not just Thomas's. Like the society, everything influenced the way I want to say.
Society led you to your conclusion that everything is contingent upon
education,
a
I
thing.
guess.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of things influence my thinking.
Good morning, Jack Dawn. I know you didn't mean to, but you are here now.
We force him to come here.
Did you have any questions for the believer in Thomas Aquinas?
I guess, what is it about Thomas Aquinas' work that compels you to believe it to be true?
I think his deduction, the way he deduces his argument, he first posits that he doesn't know. He tends to be a skeptic. He makes the argument, lays down the objections, and there's, gives the answer. There's an argument going on, so you follow the argument. It's not like he's say, I'm presupposing this. No. When it comes to something that is like, okay, this is the first principle we receive by faith, then let's go ahead and like make it make sense. But apart from that, he lays out the argument. He asks, does God exist? He makes the argument that God does not actually exist. He gives like 3 or 4 arguments why that is not there, why God doesn't exist. You see?
Oh, because you think it's sound. You think it's logically sound, and that's what compels you.
Yeah.
I mean, you must be aware that there are formal refutations to Aquinas' arguments at this point in time, right?
Yeah, I've read it.
What? So, like, I guess, like, which of Aquinas' arguments are you leaning on? Like the argument for motion, or?
Yeah, the one that convinced me or that started back to Christianity would be the second one, efficient causality, if you want.
Efficient causality. Okay. What about that convinces you that therefore that Aquinas lays this out? You think it's logically sound. Therefore, you think this must be the case.
Yeah, because I used to get stuck at the infinite regress. That would be, if you number the argument, that would be like the third or fourth premise. So until I realized that Aquinas was talking about, infinite causality per se, not per accidents. Per se, per accidents would be like, I was given birth by my mom had a mom, and my mom's mom had a mom, back, keep going back like dominoes. But that wasn't Aquinas' view. That wasn't the kind of series he was talking about. So when I got that clarification, I think it kind of started something in me. I was like, okay, it makes sense. The kind of cause he was talking about makes sense to me.
I could see why. I think Thomas Aquinas, in my opinion, I think Aquinas fails to defeat an infinite regress with that. But I can see why some people would think that it becomes necessary. My question is, how does that get you to Christianity rather than just bare theism?
Okay, because I think if you go through all the arguments, the attributes that you will logically tee out from the first cause matches with the attributes of the Yahweh of the Bible. So that's where you make the connection. Yahweh of the Bible, I am, being be in itself. Be in itself. That's I am that I am. So the one whose essence and existence are one. So that's where the link, the bridge.
But there are other attributes. There's other attributes to Yahweh in the Bible, right? That's what I'm asking, is because, like I said, I could understand it being you accepting a bare theistic view, like a creator entity that sustains existence.
Yeah.
But the other attributes that are entrenched in Christianity, you just have to accept the rest of those as like assumptions, right? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, if you accept that they are anthropomorphized, like the Bible uses a lot of anthropomorphism to describe God and God's actions. So in that sense, yes, they anthropomorphize God. So to have a better or a more technically correct understanding of God, you have to be the metaphysics. That's like a scientific way to understand God.
Yeah, no, I don't mean like the anthropomorphic view of God. Like I'm not saying like I understand that that would be like the view in, but I mean like the other attributes, the defining attributes, like God's all goodness, his omniscience, his omnipotence. Although I don't know you can have omnipotence without omniscience.
Yeah, those you can get through reason. Yeah.
Say again.
Yeah, those you can get through the rational argument. But if you say, "Oh, God got angry" or "God changed his mind," we'll be like, "Yeah, anthropomorphically, yes, but really, no." You see the point?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying about that. So you're saying that, okay, I get it. You're saying that those are included. Even the contentions that would be there, those are just part of anthropomorphic language. That he's not God actually changes his mind when he says that. When they say that
Yes.
in the Bible, that's humanistic language.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, exactly. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So do you think God contains all, like, is the sum total of all things good, or like how are you defining God's all goodness?
Yeah, I think God is goodness itself. So we are good only insofar as we participate in the being of. So we are good by participation. God is what it means to be good. God is goodness itself. So we only participate in that. Yeah, God's essence is goodness.
Can I run a hypothetical by you? And I'm sorry, this is turning into Phil Bro talk. I don't want to do. No, hang on. Let me correct myself. Wrong space.
Hypotheticals work in synthetic questioning.
Sure.
I know, but like this is leading the wrong direction that typically I want to go with things. Hang on, let me think about how I want to reformulate this for just a second.
That's fine. I must confess, as in, it always leads down to Phil Bro, but I don't think we should go down that path. But it does lead down that path.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to avoid. I don't want to do that here.
I feel, Tyrion, like that's where you want this to go.
No, because I'm not really an expert on this, so I don't think I can get away. To be able to go down, I have to have my computer in front of me. I have a lot of things, but I'm not ready. I'm just resting.
I definitely think that was my fault. I definitely started leading in with some of that stuff. Like I think that I directed the conversation there.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. It's no problem. If I got choked up, I would have said, okay, maybe I have to look this up later, or I can just say it off head. So I don't.
Well, really quick, I'm going to ask Tiny's question from the comments. What evidence is there of primary causality, if any?
Primary causality? I'm not sure I'm getting. If you're asking something that grounds every existing thing, that would be what we call a primary causality.
Okay, is there any evidence of that?
Yeah, the argument that demonstrates that, what I will call an
so
evidence.
the only
logical evidence. Yeah, I would say that.
Do you think because you can argue something through logic, it must therefore be?
I have to posit that it is until maybe you have a different, you change your mind, or you have a contradicting evidence or argument that refutes it. So you have to, as a thinking person, as a modern person, you have to say, okay, this is what, just like in science, this is what makes the most sense of the data we have. So this is as far as we can explain reality. So for now.
So what was the data that you use to make your logical argument make sense? What data is it of a primary cause?
The data, I would say, would be like the premises that have to be granted before getting to the conclusion.
So the data you use is simply the premises.
Yeah, I would say that.
And you find that is sufficient data.
Yeah, he does the work. Again, as an engineer, if he does the work, then he
Does
does the
the
work.
work.
Yeah. Gets you to the conclusion. So,
Do you leave room for the possibility that Thomas Aquinas, your Lord and Savior, could be wrong?
yeah, of course, it's possible. It's possible. Since we are human beings, we are not infallible. So of
Could
course.
you like? Never mind. Thank you.
We didn't need that. That is like an ultimate disrespect there. Maybe he was filling up a coffee pot. Let's assume so. If anybody has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, go ahead and request on up. I'm more interested in knowing what it is you believe and why than having a drawn out yearly debate that I wouldn't let get off the ground.
I apologize for that. I came in and wanted to ask questions, and
Oh
it
no,
started
you
running
weren't.
down the Phil
You
rabbit
weren't
hole.
the only one. As soon as he started going, Hammy and Blake were chomping at the bit too.
I don't. I'll be fair. I don't know how to interact. If someone comes up to me and says, "Hey, I believe Christianity is true because of Aquinas' 5 ways," I'm not sure
How to
how
Socratically
to
question
ask
that.
that with. Yeah, right. Like you. I'm not sure. Like all I can ask is like why that compels you to be the case, and if you just say, "Well, I find the arguments to be logically sound and valid," um, all I can ask is like, "Why do you think that way?" And then I can ask questions about like, have you read any of the counter arguments and stuff like that? I can ask you like the formality of that, but like if you've taken it to that formal place, I'm not sure how to like disentangle that yet.
Tango
Luigi,
what?
can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, it's 36 years old.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
God,
You gotta
very
wait for the
hard,
ends of
very
the questions before you start
fine.
answering them, or I'm just gonna move on to the next person who doesn't sound obviously drunk. Okay, well then we'll do that.
Yeah, Kat. Nunya had a redemption arc on the panel.
Well, he's still on my show list, so. Yeah, no, because he's like sitting there, talking shit about my frogs. One.
Oh, see, yeah, talking shit
Frogs
about
are
the frogs.
magical.
How are the frogs disrespectful?
And also, I didn't know Luigi got out of jail, and I think I would be celebrating too. So that's fair.
He has not, by the way. A bunch of charges were dropped. There's only one charge still pending on him, but it's kind of dubious still.
Wait, what?
Interesting.
Mangione.
Very interesting. We had Jay up earlier. Is Jay even? Hello, Jay. Is Jay even conscious? Yeah, it's unlikely.
We didn't get very far with Jay earlier either.
Well, I think that was the third time. We can see if there's anybody else who has a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that.
Hello, Jackdaw. It's been a minute.
Hello, Hammy. It's good to see you, friend.
It's good to see you as well, buddy.
Luigi says, somebody's got to pronounce that. Thrayle, forfeit me, but I'll be back.
while we don't have a guest, I just woke up to a notification yesterday from Kat saying, "Help! Thrayle's playing Christmas music," and I
added
about
everybody.
unalive.
Wait, hang on. I need a quick question. Kat, do you hate Christmas music?
No, it was like, no, like I don't want to listen to it
I played
until it's like
songs.
Christmas.
I played 2 songs, and neither one of them are traditional Christmas songs. One was a title I won't say on TikTok.
Oh yeah, no, don't say that.
Yeah, but it's a Tom Waits song. It's got Christmas card in the title, and if you know Tom Waits, you know what song I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So I played that one, and then I played a Tim Minchin song, White Wine in the Sun, which is more Christmassy than the other one, but still not very Christmassy.
I hate Christmas music. I won't lie. I'm a total fucking Scrooge.
Oh, I'm a total sucker for it. Not gonna lie.
I don't know if this is going to be fruitful at all, but oh yeah, they didn't have the patience anyways. Oh yeah, they did.
Hello, widow.
And he ran jacked out right off, called me a weirdo as he walks in the door. Is he gonna lie about his beliefs or misrepresent himself like the last several times, or
Okay.
Germanoli?
Do you believe?
Changed
do you
it.
believe,
German on a rollie. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
33.
Anything like that.
Okay, so how about if I am completely truthful with you once and for all?
It's been like months.
No, I'll be completely
the last
honest.
time you're up here.
I look at different models.
Can't
Yeah.
answer the first question.
I look at.
Still
I have a
don't know
threshold. So can I explain?
Do
I have
you
a threshold
belief
that will
in a-
convince me, and it hasn't been met by any of the models. So I have lots of models that I grade them individually, and the threshold hasn't been met. So they.
So the first question that I ask is, do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that? It's actually a yes or no question. You can say yes or no, or you can even make it a multiple choice, which is kind of why I phrase it that way. You could, I'm not restricting you to yes or no. You could give me God or gods or a higher power, but mostly it's yes or no. So could you answer that in some
How about
sort
almost?
of coherent fashion? Almost.
Yeah.
There you go. So you almost believe in a god.
Yeah.
What does almost believing mean?
It means that I'm inclined to believe, but I'm not completely convinced.
You're inclined to believe, but you're not completely convinced.
Mm-hmm.
What is it you're inclined to believe in?
I'm inclined to believe that we are like some kind of energy that eventually will reunite with the source, and that's like the God.
What is energy?
Like we are like a spark of like a droplet of a sea.
I'm sorry, I asked what energy is.
Mate, you want me to explain a trip to you that I'm not able to? Yeah, I had a DMT trip, and that's basically how I interpret the situation. I'm trying to give you the most.
So you're saying energy, and I'm asking what it is. I don't need you to name chemicals. I just want you to tell me.
Right.
What
So imagine if the world was, imagine if the reality was not like we see, but more like a cartoonish kind of place. Yeah, and we essentially have like a droplet that's the consciousness or whatever you want to call it, and eventually we kind of go back into a sea. It's the source of everything, and once we get there, that's where God is. If that makes sense. Now, if you think I'm shitting you, I'm not. I'm being honest.
Actually lost signal for a second there. I came back at, and that's what God is.
Yeah, so it's like we might be like a little spark of God that has separated and is meant to be reunited eventually.
So we are God, but only part of it.
Yeah.
And we'll return.
Yeah.
So it's a sandwich. Got it.
Yeah, something like that.
Oh, that wasn't a compliment.
So is host convinced, or he's like?
Oh,
I'm sorry, host. Convinced of what?
That it's
He's
bullshit.
been here like 3 times, and
Or
he
they
still
are
doesn't
making
know
up,
what
or
this
they are
is.
making up stories, or you think that it could be that I'm actually being truthful?
German. Did you hear me whenever I said it's a sandwich? Right? You heard that part?
Yeah, but I didn't like want to argue with you, but I didn't mean it like that. It was more like if you like a droplet that goes back into a sea.
Yeah, but if everything is God.
No, I didn't say everything is God. I said humans are like
right.
have a spark of God. Yeah.
He doesn't believe it though, Jaime.
I do believe, man.
blind.
Please, I actually do. This is
Wait, you
actually.
Didn't you start this off saying that you were inclined to,
Yeah.
or you might, but you don't?
No, I'm believing
You
the
haven't.
story I'm saying to be like, I'm not making up out of thin air, is what I'm saying. I believe that there's a model. I just don't, I'm not completely convinced that the model's real, but you seem to think I'm making up like the model out of thin air, which I'm not.
No.
So
Okay,
you don't think it's real?
Whether or not
No,
you're
I'm not
making up.
convinced that it's real, but I'm inclined to like, if I had no choice but to make a bet on it, I would say that that's the way.
Why?
Because I had a personal experience that, led me to believe that. That's not something someone told me, it's something that I've experienced myself.
You've experienced what yourself?
What I tried to explain just now.
That we are some kind of energy fractured from a greater energy, whatever energy is.
Yeah, it's a bit weird. It's like, it started like, I can try to explain the whole thing to the best of my ability if you're interested. If not, I can drop. That's not a problem. But I think that you just want to take the piss. I don't think you're trying to engage with me sincerely. So,
what do you think I'm doing here?
well, I'm trying to explain to you, and you seem to be like
I didn't
already
ask
instead of giving me the opportunity, it seems like you are already judging that I'm being dishonest. So, why would I engage?
How many times have you been on my panel before?
I don't remember. Maybe 3 times.
And each time, have you been completely honest about the beliefs and the questions that I ask?
No, previously I was doing like a devil's advocate, but now I said finally I want to come and give you like.
And have I told you that you're not being honest this time? Since the moment you came up here after I said that first bit about.
I have the impression that you may have, but yeah, okay. So if you say not,
so
then
so what have I done?
No,
I
it's
know
fine. I
otherwise.
think you said at some point that I was not being genuine or something like that. I think that's what I understood at least. But but it's okay. I mean, I don't want to argue about the
You're
argument.
telling,
Do
right?
you want me to
You're,
explain?
you, well, so far, if I'm understanding correctly, you had an experience with the help of a chemical, and that somehow led you to believe, or at least want to believe, that there is a energy, whatever energy is, that we are a part of, and that we are also that energy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But I don't
But
think
what
that
is energy?
the whole lot of you, it's almost like
But
if you had like a chip.
German.
Yeah.
What is energy?
Energy is an element that gives us that has a function.
Energy is an element that has a function, you said. What do you mean by element?
Okay, what do you mean by elements? I mean, water is earth, wind, all those are elements, no? Same with energy.
I'm sorry. So water, wind, earth, fire, energy. So what is? Are you putting that there on purpose?
No, I'm actually. I don't even say it's energy to the. I'm trying to, for lack of better word, I'm saying energy, but it's almost like we have like a spark. I don't know. I mean, you trying to use semantics with something I'm trying to explain that clearly doesn't have like a dictionary explanation to. So
I understand.
Do you think
Go
that
ahead, Kat.
that just knowing the meanings of the words that you say to describe something that you believe is important?
no, I try to explain like the experience, but we're getting caught on semantics.
We're not getting caught in semantics, right? We're trying to understand what you are saying, because you are not, you are clearly not using the word energy in the way that all of us define it. So if you're going to use a proprietary definition, you have to be able to give the definition.
Sure, but the closest I can think of would be energy. I can't think
Right, so
of.
what does that mean?
We are.
Ask me what energy means. Ask me to
So what
define
does energy mean?
the ability to do work. Hey, Thrayle, what does energy mean?
Yeah, no, I don't mean in that sense. I mean more
The
like
ability
right. So
to
if
do
you're
work.
right,
it could
so
be like
but
in a
this is the way that
conscious
this is the way that we understand it. So if you're going to use it in a different way, you have to be able to define it
No.
other than just say energy.
It could be just like your. Okay, so how about I can explain it well actually. Imagine if you're like a server, yeah, and then you make a virtual machine out of their server. So you steal part of the server, but now you server, yeah, and then you can have like several different virtual machines from within the big server. So it's like God is the huge server, and we are just like a little minuscule virtual machine that runs into the server. Maybe somehow the virtual machine is detached from the main server, but then eventually it goes back into the main server again. Like that.
What does that have to do with energy?
Or the spark or the virtual machine, or in a way. And then obviously you said energy wasn't, a suitable explanation. So, I tried to work something better, and I just giving you something better. Now, don't know why we're going back to energy again.
So, God is the Allspark.
Yeah, so God is like it's like this, it's like the complete network. Yeah.
God is everything. It's not God is everything.
Yeah, but I don't think God is everything now.
It's just not everything.
No.
It's just the
It's
source
just
behind everything.
Yeah, it's just the main server that runs everything else is like the network that's around, and God is the server, whatever, if you will. Yeah, so that's it, mate. That's the best explanation I can give.
Are you capable of questioning that belief?
I am capable of questioning their belief. That's why I'm not convinced that their belief is actually, I'm not convinced, but
why aren't you
I'm
convinced?
inclined to believe that they're
convinced. Why aren't you convinced?
I'm not convinced because I think I need like empirical evidence to, maybe, like I said, I'm not convinced, but I think that's probably.
Can you think of any reason why you're not convinced?
Yeah, I can actually, because I think I have a very high threshold in order to be convinced of anything, and
what evidence would convince you that your own energy God exists?
I think if I had multiple experiences and other people also had the same exact experiences as myself, and it was like a situation that I was able to replicate multiple times, kind of along those lines. I was able to. Yeah, go on.
So if you had the empirical evidence that verified that your energy God existed, and you're able to verify it with other people, would you worship that energy God?
You see, this is the thing. Like my experience is not like Bible-like or anything like that. It was more.
I'm not asking if it was.
Yeah, so I
just
didn't
asking if you would
didn't get the
worship
gist.
God.
I didn't get the gist there. The purpose of the God was for you to worship God.
What is the purpose of the God?
I think it was more for you to kind of like improve your virtual machine and optimize the.
How does God improve your virtual machine?
Maybe by maybe by just being pure and a good person in his life. Yeah.
Okay, hang on just a moment. Before I ask the question about the red flag, hey, thank you, Claire, Shell, Moria, and Base God Slippy. I appreciate all of you. Thank you for helping with that goal. Y'all are amazing. German, what does pure mean?
It means that you are a good person, someone that doesn't cause misery or hurt, that tries to be kind and, you know, have like good attributes that you're meant to have, that are like the correct way of living. Just a kind, considerate person in general.
I'm sorry, what was that? What question were you answering?
I don't know. Listen, I'm not gonna lie. I think this is a bit slow, and it seems like
So
I'm
you're not
taking the piece
actually.
out of the situation. So I'm just gonna drop.
So
Thank
you're
you
not
anyway for
actually
bringing me
engaging.
up.
All right.
No.
Don't
You
worry,
just.
German.
This is
You
not a
won't be back.
conversation.
Fuck off.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck off. Take your grandstanding somewhere else. This is a conversation. You just didn't know how to engage. You came up here dishonestly for the 4th time. So, fuck off.
Tap. Oh, real quick before I say what I'm about to say. No, I didn't mute anybody. I thought that whenever it popped up, I thought it was the other dude.
Yeah, don't worry about that. I'm sure it was an accident then. Yeah, that was weird as fuck. I'm gotta say, I'm not gonna miss German.
Yeah,
The
I
first
thought it was the
several times he came
weirdest.
up here, he would present an idea, and then as soon as we begin questioning, he said, "Well, I'm actually an atheist." He didn't have any intention to engage honestly or question a belief. He just wanted to say a thing at people. So if anybody actually does have a belief that they're capable of questioning, well, go ahead and request on up. But if you just want a soapbox or a pulpit or, a platform to say your thing out loud and not challenge or question it, then go make a video. Yeah, I guess.
But if you do find a soapbox, send it my way, because that would make like hella cute storage.
Hello, Seiko. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
30 years old.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I do believe in a higher power.
What does higher power mean to you?
Higher power for me, it's like obviously something greater than I can imagine. Something that I believe that something that created all of us and everything.
Something greater than you can imagine that you think created all of us and everything.
Yes.
Is this a higher power from any particular doctrine or scripture?
I would say from the doctrine of Islamic doctrine, the Muslim doctrine.
I see. So you believe in Allah.
Yes.
Have you read your Quran?
Yes.
In Arabic?
No, I read it in English.
I see.
It's like most I think like 80% of Muslims can't even read and speak
Arabic. And so you You believe the Quran is the breathed word of God given to Prophet Muhammad.
Peace be upon him, yes. And I believe that God exists. That's I think that's the first thing, that I believe that there is a God.
Yeah, you said that already. Why do you believe the Quran is true?
Why do I believe the Quran is true? Because the Quran claims it's a word from God. There's some prophecies in the Quran. There's a lot of truth to the Quran. There's a lot of
So because it claims to be from God, you believe it's from God?
yeah. Something has to claim they're from God before you can assume it's something from God. You know, if it didn't claim it's from God, then I would never assume it is from God.
Really?
You know, I think that should be one of the, you know.
So if something claims to be from God, then do you assume it is?
No, it gives me now it gives me merit to look into it.
I see. So if it doesn't claim to be from God, it can't possibly at all.
Yeah.
God,
Like, and
God
I
would
wouldn't
never.
then I wouldn't assume it's from God unless it claims, and then I test it out.
I understand. What part of the universe itself actually claims to be from God?
What part of the universe claims it's from God?
Yeah, you said you don't assume anything is from God unless it claims to. So where in the universe is it written that it claims to be from God?
No, I think you misunderstood me. I said the
Oh,
Quran.
I'm sorry. Your logic only works on books, not on universes. I see. So
No,
you can't assume that the God created everything because of a claim that it created everything.
Yeah.
Written within the universe. You take it just from that book.
Yeah, I take it from there because it claims like the prophets themselves, they claim to be prophets. You know, they claim to be messengers from God. So when somebody claims something, then you want to basically like try to do your research on it to really like see if the claim is substantial.
And you did your research on the Quran and found that it substantial or is substantial in its claim to be from God.
Well, I did other people that were way more knowledgeable than me, and a lot of
A lot of
debates and stuff.
believing propaganda.
I don't think it's propaganda. I think it's Islam is very
What
logical.
is
Like
propaganda? What does
pro
propaganda mean?
propaganda is just it's another way of saying like putting out stuff that's actually not true, like trying to convince people
Oh,
of a lie.
propaganda. I'm sorry, you think propaganda is only not true?
No, no, but it's like trying to convince someone of something that's not there, like to
Yeah,
falsify
you're
something.
saying that propaganda is only fake, like it's only false. There's
No, it
no
could be
such thing as true
um
propaganda.
a, a,
Can a thing just be designed to convince you of a thing,
yeah, to convince you of
whether or
something.
not that's true or false?
Exactly.
So is it that you were watching videos designed to convince you of Islam, whether they were debates or creators talking about the book?
Well, that's the thing. They don't really convince. They tell you to do your own research. They give you what
Do
they
they?
know. Yeah, they give you
So
what they
what?
know, and then you try to.
I'm sorry. The research you said that you did was watching videos and debates. So what is it that you actually did that led you to believe in that this Quran was true?
Okay, so it's not other than watching videos and listening to debates. I also read the Quran, but I also had from growing up before because I always had this lingering feeling like where did we come about? So I had to try to understand the concept of God. Once I
I'm
figured
not.
that out, and then that's when I moved to the other stuff.
Yeah, I'm asking about how you determined the Quran was true. I don't know why you're afraid of that question.
Oh, how do I know? Oh, no, no, I'm not afraid. Maybe I didn't understand. Well, I
I've
looked at.
asked it like 4 times, and
Oh,
you've been like meandering
no, no, I'm not
ways
being there.
every single time.
So I've looked at other religions, and for me, rationally,
How did you determine? I
I'm
didn't ask
I'm
about other religions. I didn't
I'm
ask how
telling you
you
how,
determined other religions were false. How did you determine the Quran was true?
because I've read it, and it's for me, it rationally makes the most sense about creation, everything from just looking into it.
So, just by reading it, you decided it rationally makes the most sense.
Yes, just yep.
How did you determine that it was rational and sensible?
Because I thought of what it means to for there to be a God, and the Quran fit the criteria of God existing, being eternal, sending
I'm
messengers.
sorry. God fit the criteria that you decided. Why did you decide that those criteria were God?
I made my own criteria. Like, what would God be to me? Like, how would I? And the Quran fit that criteria.
Why would God be what you decide the criteria of God are?
This is the way I would understand it. I don't know what else other criteria is there. Like, this is how I understand it. I
Why do
believe
you
that
assume that? Why would you assume that there's a God at all to fit your criteria?
because I looked at the other part, which is like, can there be no God? And that didn't make no sense to me. Like, I don't believe we came
What do
out
you
of
mean?
nothing. Like, there is a God or there's no God. And the no
I'm sorry,
God part didn't fit my criteria.
You're saying there's either a God or there's no God. And the no God one, you said something from nothing and it doesn't make sense to you. What does that have to do with no God?
Because most of us either believe in something or don't believe in anything. And for me,
That
like,
doesn't. I'm sorry. No, sorry. What is the something from nothing doesn't make sense to you have to do with no God?
because there like there's no creator and we just came from nothing. And that didn't really fit right with me.
Are you came from nothing? What does that mean?
So a lot of not you, but specifically other people I spoke to, when I tried to speak to them about God, they'd be like, "Well, there's no such thing as God. We just came from energy or atoms." And when I'm like, "Where's that come from?" And they're
Why
just
are
like,
you
"Well,
answering for other people instead of listening to my questions? Why like, what? Who are you having a conversation with right now?
no, I'm answering you because it's how I'm answering. I'm using an
What was
example.
the question I asked?
You were asking, why do you assume we came from nothing?"
No. I didn't ask why you assume we came from nothing, because you don't assume we come from nothing. I'm asking why, what did nothing, coming from nothing, have to do with the no God?
Can you rephrase that? Because I am not understanding.
Yeah, you keep talking about coming from nothing. You've said it several times. Not that you believe it, but that's an alternative or something to your God. And I'm wondering why you think that, what that even has to do with the idea of there being no God. What does coming from nothing have to do with the idea of no God existing?
Because I don't know what else to put for it. Coming from nothing, I feel like that's the only thing that makes sense. Like, coming from nothing equals no God.
You think that if there's no God, that necessarily that would mean we came from nothing?
I mean, I would assume
What
like it
is
could be like
nothing?
nothing. Nothing could be like it's very hard because no one really knows.
Oh, so you assume that believing there's no God means accepting that no one really knows.
Yeah,
Is that what you meant?
yeah.
So nothing coming from nothing, all of that really isn't part of the no God thing.
I guess, yeah.
So really the no God thing is just don't really know.
Don't really know. There you go.
I see. I see. So what is it about us coming from what were those criteria again? A creator God with some kind of justice intentions. You had a whole list that you were trying to read off, and I kept interrupting.
Um, I believe that there has to be a creator because I believe the world
What was
has.
his criteria? Yeah, of the creator God that you
Oh,
decided those arbitrary, like attributes.
obviously guidance, which I use the Quran. There has to be okay. I believe that.
Guidance. Okay.
So the way he would talk to us, he would have to send us like I
Stop.
guess
Stop.
yeah.
Stop. You were trying to give me a list earlier, like it was all powerful, all something. Like what was the
Oh, like God's all
criteria?
powerful, all wise,
All wise,
omnipotent, all these things
omnipotent,
that you
all
hear.
of those things. So you decided that a God must be all those things. And for you, it made more sense for a God to be not only existent, but all of those things. That made
Yes.
more sense to you than saying, I don't know.
Yes.
Why?
Because you just look at life, how it's vast, the universe and everything. For something to be that something like that to be created, it has to be something greater than that, all powerful. Like
So
there's just so
you
much.
look at the universe, it's vast, and for something like that to exist, you make a big assumption that something had to have created all of it. So
Uh,
isn't it?
yes.
It's an assumption, right? I'm not trying to like straw man you.
I would say yes and no. I say originally it was a question, and then through books, through learning about religion, that's where I came to the conclusion.
The conclusion. You're saying conclusion. Um, so you've concluded that a God existed based on um, arbitrary, or not arbitrary, sorry, unnamed books and research, um, and that you're saying now it's not an assumption.
Oh, as of now, no, it's not an assumption. Now it's a belief.
What is the difference?
Uh, I guess assumption. There's a little bit of question in there. Like you still have some doubts, you know. But for me, I feel like I don't have any doubts. I'm firm on.
You think an assumption implies doubt.
They could be, yeah.
Does it matter to you if you're right or wrong?
Does it matter to me if I'm right or wrong? Yeah, 100%.
What happens if you're wrong?
What happens if I'm wrong? It just if let's say I was wrong. I mean, at least I tried to seek the truth. This is what I tried, you know.
What happens if you're right?
Then right, I guess it's good for me. I'm happy with what I try to do the right thing, and there's obviously a reward for
What
following
is
your
the
religion.
reward?
You know, for us Muslims, we believe that you know, heaven. Heaven would be eternal.
What is heaven?
The afterlife. Heaven is it's a place. It's the afterlife. It's like the afterlife. It's everything you ever wanted.
How is it described?
And the Quran is described a lot. It talks about how like vast it is, rivers of milk, honey, I believe wine. It just anything you can desire, and
Does it say
described.
rivers of milk, honey, and wine?
Yeah,
Okay. What else?
it talks about how it's eternal. How like it talks about how you
Are
have
are
righteous
there any
spouses.
righteous spouses?
Yeah.
Spouses?
Yes.
How many?
This is really like because it doesn't really it doesn't really specify in the Quran, but when you go look into the Hadith, which is like biography, I think of the Muhammad peace be upon him, he said you could have from like your one or two, maybe more,
Maybe more. How many more? Does it
or maybe three. But
just
there's
three?
no, there's a lot. You know, it really depends on what kind of person you are.
Oh,
Can
so
be
you
way
could
more.
have like way more.
Yeah.
So you could have a whole bunch of righteous spouses, you said.
Yeah.
Were these human people that they also unalived?
I'm sorry. Say it one more time.
Were these humans that had like also unalived and they're in heaven? and their heaven is to be one of your righteous spouses.
Yeah, it really depends. Whatever God has for me. And some of the spouses that
I'm sorry,
God already.
I'm asking about the people. Like, were the people? These are unalived people, right? They're in their heaven.
No. Okay, so God already.
So these are like created beings in heaven.
So both
to
there's
be
created
spouses.
beings. Yeah, there's created beings that God has specifically for you waiting, but there's also the person that you're with, that you were with here. If you were both good together, you get to be with that spouse.
Does that spouse get other spouses too? Do they get righteous spouses?
Are you speak in the sense of women?
Yeah.
No, women, no.
Why not?
Because when you think of heaven, they say it's like desire. Like men, I don't know if this is true, and I don't know if I'm not. You might know more facts. Men genuinely love women, I guess, because it's whatever your desires are, and usually women don't desire more than one man. But men
Really?
desire. That's one of my assumption. I'm not saying this is a fact.
Why do you make that assumption?
I mean, I can only use my personal experience.
So from your, how old are you?
Not 30, but not me, but like
so
I have a
from
lot of
your
guy
personal
friends.
experience, men want multiple partners and women don't.
Men love women, and women are more like like women like usually are fine with like they're just in love with usually one and until they're like yeah.
Seiko, are you confident in what you're saying right now about men loving multiple women and women only liking one man?
Well, I told you this is my opinion. This is my opinion from what I've seen and experienced. That's why I said it's not a fact. So it's not saying that I'm right. This is my opinion. Not all men, but I know a majority of men, their desires are to have, they love women.
So the women in heaven have to be one of multiple wives to a man, but they don't get multiple husbands. It's not even an option for them.
Because it's not a desire.
What if it
Heaven's
was?
whatever you desire, huh?
What if it was?
That part I've not heard about it. I've only heard about the men.
So you're telling me that if you meet any woman anywhere who desires to have multiple husbands, would that call into question your belief that the Quran is all true?
I'm sorry, say it one more time.
Would that call into question your belief that the Quran is all true if you met a woman who wanted multiple spouses in heaven?
No, I don't think so.
Wouldn't that mean the Quran didn't predict the desires of women?
No, because the things I was saying, they were hadiths. That was not in the Quran. Hadiths. The Quran didn't specify it that much, but
the Quran doesn't say anything about.
No, it says that you're gonna get a spouse.
in heaven.
Yeah, it says you're gonna get spouses, but it doesn't specify the number.
Right.
But if I found
does
women,
does it specify that women don't get multiple spouses and men do?
I think maybe, but it doesn't outright like say with numbers, maybe. But
but it does say they get multiple spouses. Well,
yeah, I
you
believe
get
so.
multiple
Yeah,
spouses, but your spouse only gets you, just one.
Yeah.
Well, doesn't that seem a little one-sided to you?
Not really, because I look at it as like literally desire. What do women desire? Like what do men desire? And for me,
So
my
Seiko,
first.
how do you know what women desire?
What again, from my personal experience, from the woman I know, women want to be with one man.
Women, I'm sorry, did you say the woman you know? You only know one woman?
No, I know I have a lot of female friends, so this is just personal experience. And I have a lot of guy friends, and they have one girl, but guy friends, yeah.
You said, It's interesting that you said you have a lot of female friends, but then you have a lot of guy friends.
Maybe I'm, like if you're looking at the words I'm using.
Why would you use the breeding term for women and the colloquial term for men?
This is just the way I speak. Nothing again.
It has nothing to do with the way you see women. You already see women as though you understand their desires more than they do. Really quick.
Yeah.
Hey, Kat.
Hi.
Did you have any questions for Seiko? Or
Oh, I feel like
I'm not
I
even
feel
gonna
like
limit you.
yeah, I
You
feel
don't
sure
have
that
to
I do.
ask questions.
I don't have to ask questions. Oh, thank you. That's actually
I'm gonna
that's
give you
great.
a little latitude.
So I have. How do you know what women desire?
I don't know what women desire. I said from what I've experienced.
Okay. And so how many women are you basing this off of?
Throughout my lifetime, so I don't know the exact number.
Just like a guess, maybe.
Maybe I'd say maybe over like 100 women.
Okay, so there are what 4.5 billion women in the world,
Yeah.
and you're basing and your sample size is 100,
Yeah.
and you're saying that you are sure that your 100 woman sample size is a good representation of all the women in the world.
I just feel from personal experience. That's why in the very beginning I said just personal experience. I mean, I can
Right.
ask
So
you.
I mean, you did make before you were talking to a woman, you did make the assertion that you knew what women wanted, and you did say that women only want to be with one man, and it, why are you claiming to have this knowledge, and why are you using it as a excuse for an unfair afterlife situation? I don't even know what to call that.
I mean, I can ask you the question like, would you want more than
No,
one woman?
she just asked you. She just asked you a question. I don't know why you're trying to evade the question.
What,
by
can you repeat the
asking her
question? No,
another.
it's just
Well,
no.
before she does, really quick, I'm gonna go ahead and thank Philly Red Noctis and Rooted in the Pines for helping with our previous goal. Y'all are amazing. Thank you so much. If Kat would like to repeat her question, she sure can.
Well, actually, I want to say it doesn't really matter what I do or don't want. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. It matters that you're saying that this is what women want. So what if you had a partner who didn't want that? What if you had a partner who wanted something else?
What do you like? What?
I don't know, like to be with more than one man, because you clearly think it's okay for you to be with more than one woman, and your partner has to be okay with this.
See, the thing with the afterlife, it's like all that they say, all the jealousy and hate and whatever the things that make us like this is like removed. So women are not gonna feel left like they're not gonna
Right,
feel that
because
way.
this is what makes your weird belief, like this is an excuse that makes it okay.
Okay,
How do
let
you
me ask you a
know that
question.
that's
Let me
true?
ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Can I ask you a
No,
question?
no, Seiko. No, you don't seem to understand what's going on here.
She asked a question, I
Yeah.
answered it, and I would like to reply with another question.
No.
Okay, so what's your question then? Okay, Kat.
Thank you. How do you know that all of this is removed in the afterlife? Have you been to the afterlife?
No, this is like it's either from the Hadith or the Quran. I don't know exactly, but it's somewhere. Like anything
So
I'm saying, I've
you're
seen.
sure that it's in either a Hadith or Quran, or the Quran?
Yeah.
M's. See if that works. It does usually. So he'll know for sure. So you know what? Let's say that it does. Is everything in the Hadith and the Quran true?
Is everything in the Hadith and the Quran? I mean, there's levels of trust. There's certain Hadiths like we trust, and then some of them are not authentic.
Okay, so are you sure that this is in a Hadith that you trust? If
Yeah,
it's in a Hadith,
a Hadith or
you're
Quran that talks.
and you're sure it's one that you trust because you don't trust them all.
I'm not very knowledgeable on that stuff. So if you're going into the hadiths, I don't know how to tell. But from the people I watch, and the things I listen to, like more knowledgeable than me.
Because it fits into the narrative that you like the best. So we're gonna say that it's true.
Okay.
Is that what this is?
I guess, yeah.
Do you think that's a good reason to assert that something is true, or that you have knowledge of something? Because it fits into the narrative that you like? Does that really seem like it's a good indicator of truth?
Maybe I misunderstood. Not because something makes sense to me, it makes it true. No. Take that back. I guess I misunderstood.
Well, I didn't say because it makes sense to you. I said because it fits into your narrative.
No, I would say no to that.
That it's not a good reason to assert that it's true, or that you don't believe it because it. Okay, no, it isn't a good reason to assert that it's true, but it is the reason you think it's true is because it fits your narrative. So, why, if you know it's not a good reason, would you still assert that it's truth?
I'm sorry, say it one more time.
If you know fitting your narrative is not a good reason, then why would you still assert this as truth?
Because it comes. Oh, sorry, give me a second. Because
no, you were
because
go ahead.
No, because my speaker went off. Because we're using the sources that we believe are true, so I'm just following whatever the
yeah, but
authentic
you don't know what the source is.
No, I don't know them off the top of my head, but I know I've seen them.
Well, could you find what the source is for me?
I can try to let me see.
If you want me to, when I could actually send him an invite, that usually works better than just praying.
I just know that he will know off the top of his head,
Surah Al. Oh, okay, I found it. It's actually in the Quran.
Oh, okay.
Okay, there's two of them. There's Surah Al-Araf 7:43, chapter 7, verse 43, and we will remove whatever is in their breast of resentment, and then rivers will flow beneath them. And then in Surah Al-Hajj 15:47, and we will remove whatever is in their hearts of hatred, so they will be brothers on thrones facing each other.
That's brothers.
Yeah, so like jealousy.
So the women will be brothers.
No, in terms of jealousy, like being jealous, like we're gonna have no jealousy or anything.
And I wish I had the context for these. I wish I knew the Quran like I know the Bible. Noctis, yes, please.
No, I was just going to say I'm not sure we need the Quran really for something as simple as people, no matter the gender, can feel jealous or hatred or anger or be upset. So I'm sure you are reasonable enough to agree with that, Seiko.
Right, but he's saying in heaven that will be removed.
Yeah, God deletes that function in heaven.
That's why. That's what we were talking. That's what that was referring to.
No more jealousy, no more hatred. But Candace might have a question.
That's just of the female, not the male.
That's every creation. No,
because it said brothers too. Yeah, so it references brothers there. I wonder if the context might not exclude women, but I don't know. I think I saw Candace come off mute for a second, but I wanted to say good morning.
Good morning. How are we today, guys? Yes, I have been listening for a little bit, and I am not exactly sure exactly what Seiko was saying, but I do know the Quran a little bit, and I would love to talk about the Quran with you if Ems doesn't come up, because Ems is great, but I mean, if you're believing this Quran, how much of the Quran do you believe?
Oh, he believes it all.
I believe it all.
All right. Well, do you know the verse that talks about where the semen comes from?
I know. I think I know where you're going at. I don't have much knowledge on that. I know it's been like if you go on like people refuted it, but like I can't argue with you on that. I'll be honest,
Are
because
you
I don't
telling me
like
you don't know your own biology?
Or the book.
my own
How
biology.
your
No,
how your body works? You don't know how your body works.
I know how my in the simplest terms, like the foundation. Yeah, but not like everything.
Do you? How old are you? I'm sorry, I missed that part.
30.
30.
Well,
Do you
I'm
think
sure
that
that
might be
you.
important? Sorry, Candace.
So
No, it's okay.
what is important? Tell me. Go ahead. What is important?
To know the
To
way that your body functions.
So what should I know about what you're about to say?
well, do
Because
you
I'm
know where sperm comes from?
yeah, the sperm comes from the testes.
Really? Well, your Quran says it comes from the spine and the rib cage.
Okay, yeah,
Between,
but
yeah.
yeah, okay. So I've seen talks about this where someone refuted it, but I don't know. I don't didn't look into it to really learn to come at you with a
Does it
response.
matter to you if that part's true or not?
Of course, the Quran says in the Quran it says, don't just accept it. See it for yourself. So if it's not true, then obviously I wouldn't believe in it.
Okay, so now that you already said that the sperm comes from the testes, we've established that the Quran says it comes from the back and the rib cage. Do
Yeah.
you see the discrepancy here?
No, of course I've heard that, but we have what is it called? We have people that went to this verse and they refuted it.
How
People,
did they?
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Arabic speakers
No, that's
that
all right,
actually know
Candace.
the
You're
Arabic
asking the
language.
same question. So, if you
Do you not
spoke
know the
to an
Arabic?
Arab,
Sorry.
he doesn't. If you spoke to an Arabic speaker who was able to verify that what this actually says is between the backbone and the rib,
Yeah.
and if that person happened to be a medical doctor and was able to show you that it doesn't come from between the backbone and the rib, would that alter your assumption that the Quran is entirely true? Why?
Because okay, so first
Glad
whenever
we waste M's time.
I'll explain to you, right? So in the Quran it talks about whenever you have an issue about a verse or anything, you got to go back to the source, the prophet, the Quran and hadith. So the prophet and the hadith. So I would look for a scholar that's like studied the hadith, studied the Quran, and can explain it. And just because you're a medical doctor and you know a little Arabic and you can say it, that for me, I'll go to
No, I'm
the
not saying a little Arabic. I was saying if
regardless if
this
he
was a
knows a lot of
person who
Arabic. It's religion is
spoke
different
fluent
than
Arabic, was Islam. I'm sorry, was Islamic and was a doctor. If that was the case,
Native
and they were
speaker.
able to verify.
no, because we
Yeah,
go to
native
scholars whenever we have
speaker.
issues. We go to scholars because we
So
can interpret it anyway.
specifically, scholars all believe the ones that you would go to, right? They all believe the book. You wouldn't go to a scholar that doesn't believe the book, would you?
Would I go to a scholar that doesn't believe the book?
Mm-hmm.
No, I wouldn't go to.
Understand it.
Why not?
Because they don't believe in it. Obviously, they're going to say everything in it is wrong.
No,
Why would
that's
they
not
say
how
everything is
scholarship
wrong?
works.
Listen, it's not about saying everything is wrong. It's about knowing that the science back then and what they believed for that time was that the sperm rib cage, that was the science that they had back when Muhammad was writing or was speaking for this Quran to be written. So that's why it's proving that it was going based off of man's knowledge and not this glorious message from God. Because if it was from God, God knows our anatomy and knows it comes from the testes, like we've been able to now in current science prove. So this is where the discrepancy lies. It's based on old science, based not from God, based on a man's thinking.
I disagree.
Well, how could you disagree? That's what the science was back then.
I'm telling you, that's not what the scholars say about that verse.
What do the scholars say about the verse, Seiko?
I don't know exactly, but I know that's not what it says because a lot of things are interpreted the wrong way. And
Okay, why don't we
because the Quran says
take
it.
another one?
Okay.
You want to try another one with me?
I mean, I can try as best of my knowledge. I don't know everything, so you might know a little bit more than me. I don't. you know, I can try my best.
Well, I would encourage you, if you're going to believe in something, that you do get to know it a little bit better, because people who don't even believe in what you believe know the Quran a little bit better and the Hadiths a little bit better than you, which is concerning for someone who wants to base their life on this faith and belief system, and yet you can't back it up, especially when it comes to arguments.
And
So the
that's
second
the
thing
problem.
is, go ahead.
So the problem with that, what you just said, for the people that know, those people are just trying to go and refute the Quran. They're really not reading it to
So,
like learn about it. They just go into
Seiko,
specific things
you
they
think
heard.
you think that somebody who reads the Quran and can verify that these verses are factually incorrect is only trying to disprove them. Someone who speaks Arabic, happens to be a medical doctor, that person would only be trying to disprove the Quran if they said that sperm didn't come from between the backbone and the rib and that the verse says it does.
Because I know a lot of people when they're talking about the Quran, I bet you majority of them haven't read the whole Quran. Like, anybody here read the whole Quran? But yet they have something to say to disprove it. But you haven't even read the whole Quran.
I have
Hang
not
on
read the
just a
whole
moment.
thing from front to cover, but I am working on getting through it, yes. And I've read
He asked.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Candace. He said, has anybody here read the whole Quran? And Tavium appeared on the panel. Good
I
morning,
might have
Tav.
done some
Well, good
summoning.
afternoon.
And also, yes, it's not really that long.
No, it's not.
It's really not.
That's why I advise people to read it, to read the whole thing, and then you can start speaking about it.
Hello.
Thank you, Tab.
Is my internet working or?
Hey,
Yeah, we hear you.
It is. Like you.
Well,
Sorry, guys, my internet is really lagging right now.
That's all right.
good morning, Tab. I did want to try another one. Do you know about when the Quran says where a baby comes from and what it is?
Babies come? I think you're
Well,
talking
not
about.
you. Not you. I was talking to Seiko, but go ahead, Tabam. If you wanna get on this, we're talking with Seiko about the discrepancies, I should say, that are found in the Quran.
Well, and specifically right before you got here, Tavium,
I don't think it's.
he said
I
that
don't think the
anybody
verse is
who
talking
read
about
the
babies per
Quran.
se. It's saying, "Alam yara al-insanu mimma khuliq."
Oops. He's saying
Yeah,
that
I have.
anybody who read the Quran
Hi,
and
Thrayle. Hi, Amy. Kate. Candace. Noctis.
Hi.
Hello, Blake.
I know you're surrounded with
Hi.
gods. But Seika was saying that anybody who'd read the Quran and said that a verse like
Oh yeah, my internet is
the one and said like the one where sperm comes from between the backbone and the rib, if they said that that wasn't true, then they would be specifically trying to disprove the Quran. I thought you might find that thought interesting.
He probably does, if his internet will.
We'll know in a minute or two when the internet catches up.
Yeah, for once, so that's cool.
Can you guys hear me now?
Sure can.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Oh, that's way faster.
Yeah. So we were talking about the verse that said the water came from between the ribs and the backbone, I believe. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, what about it? What is Six saying?
He was saying that anybody who said that it said that and that it wasn't true, that they would have to be reading the Quran specifically to disprove it.
That's not what I said, but okay.
I mean, it's not obvious from a first reading. The first reading just says some water comes. It's not even saying some water. It says that water comes from a bone, from the ribs, I think, and another one from the back. That's it. The later interpreter added those meanings or expanded on the meanings. Hi, Siko. So what were you saying?
I don't know. They were asking me questions on that.
You want me to ask you questions?
No, so we were asking. Well, we were asking him many questions, but we ended up, in this place that we always end up, and he said that if there was a person who does not believe the book was reading the book, they would be only reading it to disprove it, and that their interpretation of the book could not possibly be trusted, and therefore the only scholars he will trust on whether or not this matter is true is the people who also believe it, because they are the only ones that would be trustworthy, I suppose.
Got it. So, Siko, I'm a Muslim.
You're a Muslim? Does that mean like you speak
Yeah.
Arabic? You're an actual Muslim.
I speak Arabic. I was born in an Arabic-speaking country, and I'm still a Muslim.
So, what does that mean? You're a Muslim? Explain that to me.
A Sunni Muslim who follows the Quran and the Hadith. You want me to
Do you pray?
say it in Arabic so you understand?
Do you pray?
Yeah, 5 times a day. 5 times a day.
Do you believe in Islam?
Arabic, so it wouldn't do you any good to say it in Arabic.
Do you believe in Islam?
Yeah, I believe in Islam.
Okay, so where do you fall? Are you here to disprove Islam, or are you here like what is it?
Well, I heard that you don't believe anyone saying that bone and the semen thing. But it is true if you read Ibn Jarir Tabari or Ibn Kathir, if you know those interpreters. Those are second generation interpreters. Do you know them?
Because I'm Ibn Kathir, yeah, I've heard of him. I don't know them exactly, but I've definitely heard of them. My question is to you, because I'm trying to see where you stand, like, I don't.
He said several times that he believes in Islam, so I don't know what else you're trying to discern.
Yeah, I'm neutral. I don't care. If it's something in Islam, I'll just say it. I don't care.
Because I feel like they brought you up here to disprove Islam.
No, he'll be honest whether I like it or not. But he's a good friend.
Yeah, I'm honest about it. I already told that to Thrayle and the boys here on the panel. I believe in Islam because it's something personal. It's not like I have proofs or anything.
Something personal. You don't have proof.
Yeah, neither do you.
Wait. What do you mean you don't have proof?
You don't have it either, bro.
What? No.
There's no.
I asked you a question. You answered me with a question. What does it mean that you don't have?
Do not be rude here.
Huh?
Seiko,
I'm not rude. I'm just talking.
If he says that he doesn't have proof, what do you mean? What does he mean?
Yeah.
If
What
you
does it
don't
mean to not have
something,
proof?
He doesn't have something.
The lack of something to back up a certain claim.
Okay. Very good. What is proof to you?
Why are we vetting Tav? Like, that's not...
You see the problem is with this
guy, you don't speak Arabic.
Thrayle, can I say something? Thrayle, can I say something?
No, because you're being disrespectful at this point. You're just trying to talk over, you're trying to discredit someone who I've brought up here to have a respectful conversation.
Wait. Can I respond or
ask Tav
no?
a question and he just shut up for a minute?
Yeah, sure, go.
In the verse that is talking about the liquid coming between the backbone, from between the backbone and the ribs, is it interpretation that is referring to seminal fluid?
Yes.
Does seminal fluid come from between the backbone and the ribs?
No.
No. Okay, that's what we needed. There we go. That is what we were getting at. Seiko. So this person right here below you believes in Islam. He also just said that seminal fluid does not come between the backbone and the ribs. So, can where where does your belief lie now, or where are you at least even questioning whether that's true?
Okay, can I say something before I answer your question?
No, you can answer my question.
But why is this a dictatorship? I thought this was a discussion.
This is a discussion.
It's
About
not. I feel like I'm
questioning
being
your
dictated to
No,
say what
beliefs.
you want to hear.
Seiko, you're not being dictated to say what we want you to hear. You're
I
being
know.
dictated to answer. Stop. Don't argue with me while I'm not even arguing. You're being dictated to answer the questions that are posed to you without diverting all over the place and trying to discredit the questioners. Can you please answer the question?
All right, say the question again, please.
Now
Because he
that
wasn't
you've
paying
heard
attention.
this, right? He was waiting for his turn to talk. Now that you have heard this from a person who believes in Islam, who speaks Arabic, is a native speaker, would you question whether or not that is true?
No, because I don't believe he believes in Islam. He says he has no proof. So how can you believe in something if you don't if you feel like you have no proof of belief?
Seiko.
That's what belief is.
Yeah.
I literally said I believe it. What else do you want from me?
That there's
So
something.
you're calling him a liar now.
Hold on, guys. Hold on, Thrayle. I'm sorry.
If
Just
you
give me
can
a
let
second.
me answer. If you can let me answer.
Siko, I just want you to answer this for me. Can you speak
Let me
Arabic?
act.
Do you read Arabic?
Let me speak. You know, I feel like everybody's just cutting me off,
No.
trying to dictate what I say.
No, hold on,
We're not trying to
Wait.
dictate what you say. We're trying to maintain a peaceful conversation. You're trying to discredit.
Sorry, Thrayle, for cutting you. I know that this is against your rules, but I just want to make sure one thing. If you don't speak Arabic nor read Arabic, how could you understand Islam? Are you saying that you don't believe it?
There's
Come
something
on,
called.
guy.
First of all, that's how you know you don't need to speak Arabic to understand Islam. You don't need. There's tafsirs. There's translations. No. Let me respond. Mute yourself. Let me respond. You ask a question. Let me respond. Not everybody. 80% of Muslims.
Do you get to tell people to mute themselves?
He apparently thinks he does.
I mean, I'm getting muted.
I just want to say, it's if you want to be rude, I can be rude. I'm just being.
Nobody's being rude.
You are, Seiko. You are.
I think honestly, I think you guys muting me is being very rude.
It is.
Seiko.
It is not rude. It's maintaining civil discourse here.
But only on one
You can't
person.
do it on your own, so I have to enforce it. Yes. Yeah, you're the only person who's being uncivil. Yeah, so I have to enforce it on you.
Thrayle, can I ask you? Can I speak to you for a second?
No. Hammy was going to ask a question, but I think Hell has been waiting longer. So Hell, go ahead.
Hey guys, how are you? How's everything?
It's going.
I just wanna, I wanna ask one questions. What the thing you can prove in Islam if the faith itself, iman itself in Arabic, which is faith, is believing in something that you cannot prove, or iman wa yaqeen in Arabic for people who doesn't understand Arabic. So uh, what kind of proof you requiring from Tav by calling him your liar because he cannot prove anything in religion, but he's believing because belief require faith. I'm just wondering.
You want me to speak?
Mm-hmm.
First of all, I never called him a liar.
No, you did.
I
You
didn't
did.
call him a liar. Did you hear me say the word "you're a liar"?
You said you don't. You're not Muslim.
I said I don't believe
You
doesn't
said
mean that
you
he's
don't believe.
lying. This is my I don't believe doesn't mean that he's lying. It's just I don't believe.
Okay. Or you don't need to. When you believe that you have this
You don't.
blind faith that Allah has exist, you don't have to prove it. This is your blind faith.
This is false. What
You,
you're saying is
you
false.
go read your
Seiko.
religion. Seiko, I'm not gonna come here and teach you about faith. I'm not gonna come here and teach you about religion. But my point is here: what kind of proof you can give about a lot of things in religion? Can you prove me the angels' existence? Can you prove the jinns? Can you prove the Qarnayn? Can you prove any of those?
Okay.
Seiko, do you think it is
Where is the
wise to
Qarnayn?
tell native speakers who have been reading the Quran their entire lives that they are wrong about what it says?
She's wrong with what she says. Islam is not about blind faith.
Seiko,
What is
can you tell
Iman?
me?
Seiko, sorry.
I've been wondering. I've been dying to know ever since it came up. Do you have proof?
Yeah, there's proof all over the Quran. There's miracles. The Quran literally tells you, don't just believe. Go and seek the truth. Go look at the
Where does it
signs.
say?
In the Quran, read it. I don't
Where?
know where off the top of my head, but it says
You
go.
don't know where is it?
I can look it up. One second.
Go ahead, give me the phrase where it says, "Don't believe. Go look for the proof."
Why does it always go like this?
Well,
it's never pleasant.
I don't want to make a broad generalization that I know will sound rude towards an entire belief system, but you can infer what I mean. Hey, everybody, let's keep tapping the screen and sharing the live. We're almost to 100K, and that's amazing. I really
I
appreciate
think
you
you guys could go to something very useful to my food, if I can get it
Thank you
out
for
of my
answering
people.
my. Thank you for answering my summoning.
Okay.
Yeah.
In Surah Al-Baqarah, chapter 2, 164 says, indeed, in that are signs for the people who use reason. There are signs all over the world. If you go and search for them, you have to use reason. It just doesn't say just believe. It says use reason, use rational thinking.
Which surah again?
Baqarah 164.
Wait a second.
Thrayle, can I ask you some questions?
No. I do need another. Well, I do need another box.
Ems can have my box.
Thank you, Kat.
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you, Ral.
It's I know this is a discussion, but I find it like, it's hard how you don't let anyone talk to you.
What will asking me questions do to help you question your beliefs?
Not your beliefs or anything, your life specifically.
I don't see how asking me questions is going to help you question your beliefs.
And it's not about questioning my belief. I think it's to make your life a little bit more fair.
I don't need you to tell me how to make my life more fair. You don't seem to understand what it even is. Hello, Ems. How you doing?
Hey,
Could you catch me up? And hello.
Hello. Can I tell you, Seiko, the surah that you give, إنا خلقنا في الأرض والفلك والسماوات تجري المستقيم. That surah, where does it mention exactly that you need to have reason for belief and faith?
Say it again.
Where does it say in the surah you got what when he told you that you need to learn the language? That's the thing. By the way, the surah that we're talking about is Baqarah 164. So where does it mention in that surah you need to have a reason and
So
logic?
what does it say? So, are you looking at 164, chapter 2?
Read it.
Let me get it out.
Can you read in Arabic, Zico?
No, I can't read in Arabic. 80% of people can't. Muslims can't read in Arabic. So
I
it's
don't know
not a
from where
problem.
you get that 80%. I know a lot of Muslims who read Arabic.
Look it up. Look it up. 80% of Muslims don't speak the Arabic language.
That doesn't mean they don't read Arabic.
Exactly.
Yes. They don't speak or read it.
Like Somalians,
Not
they don't
speaking it
speak
is not the same
Arabic, but they
as
do
reading
read in Arabic.
So that's good.
It is not the same thing.
Let me see.
So
And
the
are you
problem
born
with
Muslim
you.
or
Sorry, I'm
was
sorry.
he born Muslim?
I'm
Yes,
sorry.
Seiko.
Yeah,
Are you
what's up?
born Muslim?
Yeah, I was born a Muslim. Yeah, of course.
And your family hasn't taught you how to read the Quran.
My family? No, I studied it in when I was younger from my country, but then I came here and I just I lost the language.
It's okay. What is could somebody catch me up on what the argument is?
So what
I was
he's
sent an
saying,
invite and I
Ems,
don't know.
what did I tell you? Ems, could you tell me that? Do in Islam, what is the meaning of faith?
Just belief, blind belief.
Is a blind belief. So when I say to Seiko here that Tav is a Muslim guy who doesn't need to have a proof. He said, I believe, but I don't have any proof. Seiko decide to say that I don't believe you are a Muslim. I don't know. He took the job of God by judging people who's Muslim, who's not Muslim.
You would assume that he would know a lot about Islam then.
Exactly. I did assume that he knows what at least the meaning of belief in Islam. But he said here that there is a proof in Quran itself. So I told him, could you prove for me the Qarnayn existence? Could you prove for me the angel existence? Could you prove for me the jinn? I didn't ask you to prove for me God. Prove for me
You're
the
jumping
jinn.
now. You're jumping. That's not what you.
I'm not jumping. This is
You're
what I
jumping.
asked
That
before that.
we went to Surah Al-Baqarah. You said that's not what you said to prove the jinn. I said
yeah.
You're jumping right
She's
now.
explaining the conversation. She's explaining it.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Seiko Habibi. And I asked him, Ems, where does it mention in Quran? Because he can make a claim that in Quran it mentioned that you need to have a reason to believe. So I
No.
said, oh wow, where is in Quran? He said Baqarah 164. But in Baqarah 164 is God talking about how he created the universe. The Sama, al-Falak, where does it mention?
Read it. Read the whole.
I did read it.
So read it right now. Read it.
I did read it.
Well, then you didn't read it to the end. It talks about
what is the end? That's my
in the very
question
end.
to you.
It says, He talks about creating a cloud drifting between heavens and earth, and all of these are surely signs for the people of understanding.
What is the meaning of people?
Sure.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Signs for the people of understanding.
Understanding of what?
Use reason.
Of the belief? Okay.
I'm sorry?
Seiko here. What is understanding of the belief or understanding of how God created the universe?
Understanding of the belief or the what?
My question is to you.
Yeah.
Is that ayah is understanding of the belief or understanding of how Allah created the universe?
Created the universe, I would assume.
Okay. What did I ask you before that? What was my question for that?
No, can you refresh it?
Okay. Do you need do you need a proof to believe in something?
Yes.
Where does that mention in Quran?
Where does that mention in Quran?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, where is it that you need?
I gotta find it.
Oh.
Okay. You're gonna find another verse.
Go find another verse then, I guess. I guess this is the perfect opportunity for me to thank Base God, Slippy, Z the Witch, Sludge, and Birdies. Thank y'all so much. And if anybody from a private account also helped with that goal, well, thank you too.
Mm-hmm. Seiko.
Yeah.
Maybe you can find that first for another day. But my question to you here, I want to go back to my first question. I cannot go with the bungee jumping things. My question was, could you prove for me, since you said there is a proof, could you prove
Yeah.
for me where is the Qarnayn? Do you know the Qarnayn, Seiko?
Yeah, I know Dhul Qarnayn.
Okay. Could you prove for me that the Qarnayn exists, Seiko? Outside of the Quran.
Outside the Quran, no.
Okay. So how would you prove his existence, Seiko?
How would you prove any history?
Archaeology. Did you hear about that?
Huh?
Did you hear about that?
Yeah, I know archaeology for something. Do you believe all archaeology is true?
What do you mean by, do you believe all archaeology is true?
So when you say archaeology, you're talking about like fossils and like stuff like that, or you mean like landmarks? Or what do you mean by archaeology?
What does it mean, archaeology, Seiko?
Obviously, I don't know it, so I'm asking you.
Okay, so it's basically what we're following, how people existed at that time. There are certain traits, something we follow it. So when we talk about the Egyptians, for example, we're gonna follow their hieroglyphic letters. We're gonna follow the archaeology of their existence. I'm not here well known, but my question is to you: how could you prove for me the Qarnayn existence, Seiko?
He's from a very long time ago. A very long time ago.
For him?
When there was no writing. Writing didn't exist.
No. Dhul Qarnayn was after Ibrahim.
Dhul Qarnayn was after Ibrahim?
Was he not?
No.
He wasn't.
Let me see.
I might have that wrong. I'm not sure about that.
No, he's not. He's not. Dhul Qarnayn is way back.
How far back?
Huh?
How far back?
We don't know how far back, but Dhul Qarnayn is way before. They didn't even, most people have heard his time didn't even have languages.
So the Qarnayn came. Oh, okay. Ems, come back, Ems, come back. So you see, the Qarnayn came. The Qarnayn was before the people who have language. How did the people communicate with the Qarnayn though? Because in Quran, in Surah Al-Kahf that you're reading every Friday, I don't know how religious you are, it specifically mentioned that certain people came to the Qarnayn and they spoke to him. Like what they were speaking in sign language?
Some of them, yes. Some of them spoke to him, but even it says in the Quran, it says he couldn't even understand them, they couldn't even understand him.
Where in Quran? Where in Quran?
Surah Al-Kahf. I'll get it for you right now. Let me get it.
Go ahead.
1 second.
Oh, you're making a wild claim, Habibi. Sorry, guys, you were inside my mouth. I was chewing.
Are we all reading all at once?
I don't know.
I am not.
I'm going to thank everybody for breaking 100K. Thank you guys for getting us over that.
You guys are awesome, to be honest.
They are awesome. It's the best audience on TikTok.
Okay, right here. I just found it. So chapter 18, verse I think 92. And then he traveled a third course until he reached a pass between two mountains. He found in front of them a people who could hardly understand his language.
Which translation you are reading?
The clear Quran.
The clear Quran.
Yeah, the English clear Quran.
So is that translation was being approved by Mecca?
Wait, and you're
or is it approved by Azhar? Because there's a lot of translation that's not approved, by the way.
Okay, so you're the Arabic speaker, right? Can you read that verse in Arabic and tell me? Let me hear you read in Arabic for me.
Read?
Go chapter 92 and read it right now. I mean, chapter 18, verse 92. Read it in Arabic for me.
Please.
I
What did you
What
have?
chapter you
Because
said? I opened
everybody's
Surah
reading.
Al-Kahf, sorry. Which chapter you said again? Which ayah you said?
Verse 9, chapter 18, verse 92.
Sorry. Ayah 19?
No, chapter 18, verse 92.
Can I have the screen for a second?
You sure can.
Yeah. So, for the guest, Siko.
Yeah.
Ibn Abbas has said that Dhul Qarnayn met Ibrahim.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean he was in the time of Ibrahim.
He met him in Mecca.
Let me look it up.
Wait, the hadith is in front of you.
Let me see. I can't read Arabic.
He can't read Arabic.
I can translate it 1 second.
Yeah, you can read translate. Wait, what source is that? What are you getting that from? What's the source so I can find it myself? What source?
Hang on, Seiko. Calm yourself down there. Why are you groaning so much there, Hammy?
I'm just
bored.
I'm hearing a lot of demands, and it's very aggravating.
Yeah, Seiko's working on his respect. He hasn't figured that out yet.
Just are you going back, Seiko, with reading the hadith that he pull it up?
Yeah, I'm trying to see what he's saying, but I'm still waiting for you to read in Arabic.
Okay.
Please,
yes. Maybe next time we can work on that. But what is the meaning, Seiko? لقوم لا يكادون أن يفقهون قولا.
Say it again.
Oh yeah, you don't know Arabic. Wait. What does mean in the ayah? وإذ بلغ السدين حتى وصل لقوم لا يكادون أن يفقهون قولا. You know what is the difference? You know what's the difference in Arabic between the plural when you're talking about with the group of people and when you're talking about with singular person?
No.
Who was not understanding the language? The Qarnayn? Or those people who didn't understand the Qarnayn?
The people couldn't understand what he's saying.
So, what was your first claim, Siko?
That my first claim, if I remember, they didn't even understand something about language.
So your first claim was, I will just tell you, your first claim was Dhul Qarnayn did not even understand, he was not understanding the language of the people.
Maybe I said that, I'm not sure.
Which was wrong. Number two, you said that Dhul Qarnayn was before itself of the languages. And I told you how did Dhul Qarnayn communicated with those people, because this is not the only story we have about Dhul Qarnayn.
We have another story
and
about
second
Dhul Qarnayn.
claim for you that Dhul Qarnayn was before even the languages. And then Ems told you that Dhul Qarnayn met Ibrahim.
No, I said
this
writing.
is an extension of the hadith.
I said
no,
writing.
Ibrahim understood writing. He had writing at his time. Ibrahim wasn't like a billion years ago.
I know. I'm not talking. I was talking about Dhul Qarnayn.
Yeah, Dhul Qarnayn met him. So they lived around the same time. So he wasn't before waiting.
No. Where is this? Can I see it? Because you
It's on the
haven't showed.
screen. It is on
Yep,
the
I
screen.
don't know how to read Arabic.
Yabil, this is.
He showed you the English. He showed
No,
you
I
the
didn't see
English
it.
as
Put it
well.
on the screen.
It's
That's
right
the
there.
English translation.
And Ibrahim.
Like, what do you think that?
Wait, let me see from my end.
Who do you think that is a nickname for?
I don't know if in Christianity you have the Qarnayn or not, but
They don't.
But what is that source that
they
you're
don't.
using? Can you tell me so I can see it myself? Because I know
I
Del
don't
Qarnayn
know.
was.
Let me see if it exists in English. One sec.
Nobody says a time for Del Qarnayn.
Yeah, because we don't have the reason why we don't have time frame for the Qarnayn because it's not mentioned in Quran. You know what is the meaning of one of the surahs when Allah talked about وَاسْأَلُوا أَهْلَ الذِّكْرِ إِن كُنتُمْ لَا تَعْلَمُونَ, which means ask the people of knowledge if you have doubts. You know who's the people of knowledge that was mentioned in Quran?
Who?
Ahl al-Kitab. You know who's Ahl al-Kitab?
The companions? The people, the companions of the Prophet?
No, Ahl al-Kitab. Oh, dude. Ahl al-Kitab is Christianity and Judaism.
Why would we ask them?
Allah said, اسألوا أهل الذكر إن كنتم لا تعلمون.
This is the source. I'm unable to find it in English. It's المنتظم في تاريخ الملوك والأئمة والأمم. My bad. Ibn al-Jawzi. It is page 287.
Islamic. What does that say? Islamweb.net.
They have the uploaded book.
So what was the name of that Ibrahim? What was the name of that Ibrahim? Ibrahim what?
Ibrahim Khalid. That's Ibrahim the Prophet.
Abdul Khalil. No, I don't. Are you sure
is
that's
Seiko familiar?
That is the Prophet, yes.
Familiar with M's?
Ibrahim ibn Azar. Son of Azar.
Yeah, Habibi. Al-Khalil is his nickname because that means the best friend of Allah.
Durgan, no, he's not familiar. He's not familiar with M's.
Okay.
Because I'm trying to find it and there's no so huh?
I'm just saying. You know what's the problem here, Seiko?
Yeah, go ahead.
All the people who are here are very respectful. Are honestly, they are listening to our bungee jumping conversation. You know what's the issue? You are here, and this is my problem with you. My problem with you. You decided to call someone I don't believe you are a believer, and you have zero knowledge about the religion. Zero. You don't know even that Allah called Ibrahim nickname is Allah because he was Khalilullah.
I knew it in English.
The problem no, it's not in English. Khalil is not in English, Habibi.
No,
You
I
cannot
knew it in English.
Multiplicate it in English.
No, I knew Ibrahim was his best friend. That's why I knew that in English. Maybe I didn't know the Arabic. That's not a problem.
So the religion first. And that's the reason when you learn it in Arabic and why it's important to learn Arabic and why a lot of imams have to speak in Arabic when they're studying the religion, because you cannot study the religion by translation and only following the translation because you miss the words. The another issue is like, don't come up and or anywhere else. Do not do that by saying, "Hi, I don't believe you Muslim." You don't have that kind of right, whether you believe, even if you have your own doubt.
You just said
keep
I
it
don't know
to
any
yourself.
I don't know my religion. You just made a claim.
What? Where I don't see you know anything about your religion.
So you know me?
I do. I did ask you multiple questions, Han.
Yeah, but that doesn't.
Did you answer any questions? Could you prove me the jinns? You couldn't. You didn't know that the Qarnayn existed, and that's we studied in Islam. You know when did I study that? When I was only 5 years old, Habibi. Okay. You know when did I study about the Ibrahim called Khalil?
Mm-hmm.
When I studied the first, the six pillars of Islam.
Okay.
You know why? Because we do speak the language. You know why? Because we know we studied the religion. So you cannot go and come back and go bungee jumping things. So you need to go and learn what is the meaning of believe in Islam. When
Mm-hmm.
you say that, you can tell me later on, how can we go back? If you cannot prove me the jinn or the malaika, angels, if you cannot prove the Qarnayn existence, you cannot prove all these things existence, how would you prove even God existence?
So so you're saying you need to see something to believe it. Is that what you're saying?
That's not what she said.
Well, so then then let me ask her, what do you mean by what's proof to you? How do you
Okay.
want me to prove jinn?
Look, Seiko, let me try to help you out a little bit. When someone asks you a question,
Yeah.
try to do active listening by like maybe repeating the question back.
It really
because
helps.
this will help you to be able to like respond and answer the question.
Well, she didn't ask a question.
What?
Did you ask a question? Hell, did you ask a question?
Question in answer format.
So I've been wanting to say this, like Seiko, I've been listening here and everybody has been super gracious and patient with you. And it's a little frustrating because your tone and the way that you're approaching things has been quite rude. Like we've even told you, like you continue to tell how to read something for you without even saying please. You have had scholars on here. Ems is a scholar. You had somebody else on here, and Hal knows a lot of what she's talking about, and yet you're still continuing to be um, just difficult rather than taking this moment to learn. Like, we're all here taking the time to educate you on your Quran, something that you're telling people they're not true Muslims. Because they don't have this 100% belief because they can't prove God, and you're making a lot of assumptions that really are quite offensive. And I think that, you should be thankful for the way the panel has been towards you because there's been some times where I was like, oh boy, and things that you've said. I just think that this is an awesome opportunity for you to learn something, but yet you're continuing to just want to not face it.
Cal
Okay.
was a nice guy, and you ran him off.
Okay. First of all,
he was the nice one who came up here and was going to help gently tell you and ask you questions and share his perspective as a believer, and you disrespected him.
okay. I came on the panel very calm, very nice. I had no issues with anyone. Then I started to get coerced to say certain
Ask
things, to answer certain
questions.
things.
No, you weren't being coerced, Seiko. Let me ask you a question. You couldn't read Arabic, so we figured that out really quickly. Can you read English?
I can read English.
What's that top question there, the big one in the bold letters?
He says, can you question your belief?
Can you question your beliefs, Seiko?
Yeah.
Can you give me an example of you questioning your beliefs?
Like, you can ask me a question. You can give me an issue with my
that's not
thing,
what no, stop. What is the question again? Can you read English? You said you could.
You say you're being.
I
answered that question.
Seiko, you said you could read English.
And I answered it again.
Read it again. We need to hear some comprehension happening here. Read it out loud.
I read it to you already.
One more time.
I read it to you.
What does it say?
Can you question your belief?
Okay, can you, Seiko, can you question your belief?
I could.
Okay, can you give me an example of you questioning your belief?
Me, if it says something in the Quran and I try to question it, okay, is this true? And I go try to find the answer to it. That's me questioning my belief. I don't just have blind faith. It just says something and I just, okay, it says it, so it must be true. I do my research. That's questioning my belief.
Can you give me an example?
Can I give you an example? Let me see off the top of my head. Like, for example, when it says we can have 4 wives, right? Muslims, they're able to have 4 wives, right? I didn't just accept it. I had to try to figure out why. Why does it say this? What's the reason?
For a second. Just and I'm not trying to be rude.
Okay.
You're saying that you didn't just accept it. You had to figure out why.
You have to try to understand the meaning behind it.
So, why to accept it? Why it's in there? What the meaning?
About
Not if it's true or not.
I don't think this is really like touching on like the actual belief itself. Like something
no,
like this would
what
be...
I'm questioning right now is his ability
my bad, I had a
to
call.
even
Yeah.
question.
Right.
Sorry, Durgan, go ahead.
No, okay, so like, look, I mean, let's go with the example that got brought up with like the semen coming from between the rib and the backbone. Like, let's say if you look at what science tells you,
all right,
and this does not. Hold on, let me at least finish. Like, I haven't really said very much, and I promise I'll try to keep it short. But I'm not gonna cut you off, and please just try to be respectful to the other people here. They have dedicated their time and their energy to be able to talk to you, to be able to help you, and gain understanding. So, like the example of the semen and the backbone, when you see the like, this is not how biology and science works, but the Quran talks about it in this way. So like now you kind of fall into this category of like, okay, I don't know which one of these is true. I don't know which one of these is accurate. So I'm going to start looking into the information. Does this have a dent, or does this like cause any kind of conflict within what is reality and what my beliefs are? It's leaning more on towards that idea.
Is that your question?
I wasn't asking a question. I was
okay.
clarifying what the question that was being asked to you, for you to be able to expand on.
Okay.
Can you tell us what Durgan just told you, to make sure you were listening, Seiko?
I was listening. To the best of my knowledge, he's saying. I think he was trying to say that the Quran says one thing, but I make sense of it and be like, no, it's not what it says. Basically, almost like he's saying, I'm having blind faith, even though that it says it a certain way, but I'm choosing not to believe it. No, but I responded to that many times, that there's scholars that went to this exact thing and refuted it. I just don't remember how they refuted it, because that's all they're doing for all their life, is just studying the religion.
Durgan, is that what you were saying to him?
No, that was not even. No. Thank you though. Thank you.
Can I just ask you, Sake, what things that make you question the belief system?
What thing makes me question the belief system?
Yeah, great question.
I think it's a very general question. Can you be a little bit specific?
Yeah, what thing that you heard about the religion and you said like, oh no, I cannot believe that's God saying it. What thing that make you question the belief system?
One thing that made me question the belief system. Honestly, I think nothing. But if like hypothetically, if I were to choose something, we can go in terms of like maybe pork. But like obviously, God knows better than me. He knows what's best for me. But really, nothing. Everything makes sense at the end of the day.
So nothing make you question the belief?
From my knowledge right now, no.
Nothing.
No.
Nope. Zero. Zip. Zilch. Nada. He doesn't question his belief.
And then you saying that
like
you
I
don't
question,
believe.
Sorry,
and you
if I
saying you don't
misunderstood.
have a blind belief?
No. Look, so the way I understood the question is, there's something in my text that I look at and I'm like, this doesn't seem right, but I'm choosing just to follow it regardless. No, that's how I interpreted your question.
No.
That's how I
Hammy,
interpreted it.
could you tell my question in a different way? Maybe is my English is not Englishing right now.
No, nothing's wrong with your English. It's just sometimes my brain works a little bit different. So you could have asked the right question. I just didn't understand.
Is there something in the belief system that you came across that made you actually question whether or not the belief system is true?
Yeah, certain things in the very beginning, yeah, but then I went to get more research, and then I was fine.
What I'm curious, what were those things that you started to question, but you did more research on? What were those things, and where did you get your research from?
Okay, so originally even though I was born a Muslim, I wasn't really like practicing it. I was just like doing what I have to do in Unity and Islam, where the belief of Jesus being the Son of God, and the Quran says the complete opposite. So had like a back and forth, like, okay, which one makes sense, which one is right, and then I did a little bit more research, and for me, I came to the conclusion that I don't believe God has a son, and Jesus is not, he's just a prophet.
Okay, so what about the ones that we've brought to you? Like, I've got many more that the Quran and even the Hadith say that I would question, but do those make you pause to have to, like, do you have a desire to go and look into what the Quran says about where the liquid comes from for
Yeah,
babies? And so
I
you're going
would.
to look that up?
Yeah, 100%. I'm gonna go back to see the interpretation and try really see like everything you're saying. I'm not afraid to go and look into it. Like I've all written, have some things written down right now that I'm gonna go look into. I don't have a problem with that. I don't have blind
All
faith. I
right.
question.
That gives me a little bit more hope. I like that. That's good. I think that I mean, you've stayed here this entire time, so I don't think that you're being completely obstinate and not trying to learn. So
No,
I
he
think that
thinks he's
that's,
winning. He thinks he's
yeah.
winning, Candace.
Yeah.
You think so?
I never
I'm
said
hoping,
that.
I'm hoping that something will stick, because this is the thing, like if we can't question our beliefs, is it really truth to begin with? Because anything that's a truth should be able to withstand the fire of ridiculing and questioning and all of those things, because truth doesn't change. It's forever the same. It's the truth.
I agree. That's why I came up here. If I was afraid to question my own belief, I would not come up here. Trust me. Because I know some people
Is
don't
it?
like questions.
Is
Can
it?
I, Seiko, go ahead, Hammy, sorry.
I just want to. I just want to say. Did you come up here
Yeah.
to actually question your belief, or did you come up here with the understanding that you know for a fact that nothing will get you to question the actual
Orig-
belief itself?
Originally, I just came here to just to prove for me to prove God, like the gods exist, and then we went into Islam. But my original thing was just to prove like I believe in God because I see people coming in. You were asking about God and does really God exist? That's what I was coming. But you guys moved it to Islam.
So you didn't actually come up here to question your beliefs. You came up here to prove that your God exists.
That is questioning my belief in God.
Mm-hmm. So, in the topic of God, um, have you ever asked yourself why is it a problem if God can create anything and he's able to do a lot of things, every single thing. He is the only God. He is responsible. He is all powerful.
Yes,
Where is the contradiction by him having a son?
because I think God is about. I feel like when you say son is like a human thing. Why? And I say this why? Because why do we have children? For example. We have children to pass down our lineage. We have children so that when we grow up, they can take care of us. When we're at old age, I feel like God doesn't need to pass his lineage. God doesn't need to depend on anybody. That's a human trait of having children. I think God is above that.
Even if God is above that, God did create humans.
Correct.
So where is the issue by him creating his own son?
I just said it because I don't think God needs a son. Him having a son doesn't benefit him in any way. And
Are you not a child of Allah?
no, I'm a creation of Allah.
No, but like still, my point is like it's not about him needing it or not. Can God create his own son?
Can God create his sons? No,
He cannot create his own son.
no,
Why? Is
because
his power
that's
cannot work that way?
no. God is
He doesn't
infinite
have the
power.
power to do it.
No, God has
So
the
if
power to do
he's
anything, but it goes against his nature.
Mm. Just let me understand this thing. What do you know about the nature of God?
Like the nature, he's all powerful, all knowledgeable, all wise, the most wise, truthful, like all these things, merciful.
Ask him hell where he got those.
Where did you got those?
In the Quran.
Okay.
This is how
So-
he ended
Can
up
I
on
ask?
the Quran. He thought he came up for a general God discussion, but he relates
Yeah.
the Quran to the reason he believes.
No, obviously I have my own, like if I were to imagine God, let's say I didn't have the Quran, I had an idea of God originally. Like, God has, like I had an idea, but the Quran kind of like, okay, it shaped that idea.
So where did you get that idea before you read the Quran?
It was just innate. I was born, I was like, okay, there's no way we came from nothing. Like there has to be something. So more.
You're
Okay.
sitting in the
was bored.
hospital as a baby, and you're just like, you know what? I could not have possibly. We cannot just be here existing.
I never said when I was a baby. Like what are you talking?
God.
Like if you don't like my answer, you don't have to laugh. You just don't. You don't have to like it. Like I'm not here to make you happy. And even in Islam, it talks about that.
There's so much I want to say, but I'm,
Okay,
I'm
can
being
I
respectful
can I
for
just
Thrayle.
say, can I ask
Yeah.
2 questions real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just to make it simple, yeah, just to get kind of back on the topic and keep it simple. Do you have any doubts that the belief that you hold could potentially not be true?
Sorry, I misheard you. Say it one more time.
Yeah, do you have any doubts that the belief that you hold could potentially be not true?
No.
So you have no doubts.
No. Yeah, no doubts.
That's
Okay,
what the
so
problem
that means
is.
you're not actually interested in questioning your beliefs.
Exactly.
Exactly. That's
No,
what
no.
we're trying to get at, Seiko. Like
What do
I
you mean
literally
no?
just had this conversation
All right.
with you.
All right.
Look,
okay.
this was a very
You can let me
simple, like,
answer. You asked me a question.
one
You can let
premise
me answer.
conclusion argument. It wasn't even an argument.
No, you asked the question. Now let me
Yes,
answer the
I
question.
did.
Okay. From the knowledge that I know, from everything that I know, I can say this is the truth. If there's something maybe that I didn't discover, something I didn't know that contradicts anything that I know, then that's when I begin to question. If I know something, but I see something else that contradicts it,
Right.
then
So you're under the impression that everything that you know is true. There's no, there's nothing here that's false. There's nothing here to even be able to question. So there's like, what's the point of all of this?
No, you're not. You didn't listen to what I said.
We did listen.
I
We did
didn't.
listen.
And I can tell you why you didn't listen.
Okay.
From what I know, from what I know, this is this is the truth. If somebody can bring me something else that
Every
contradicts,
time he says this is the truth, you know he's about to tell another lie. Just so everybody's aware. If you haven't caught the pattern yet.
We're aware.
Go ahead, Seiko.
okay. From what I've learned, this is this is the truth. If there's something that contradicts what I say, the Quran and anything, I'm gonna question it. I'm gonna see. Okay, if there's a verse in the Quran that maybe contradicts another verse in the Quran, then I'm going to question the Quran.
Yeah,
but I'm still learning.
I think you're actually being disingenuous right now, because I don't
Can
think
I
you have
ask
the
a
capacity
question?
to be able to do that.
I want to make sure Tiny does get a question in before the poll results. Go ahead.
Yeah, so if you're under the impression that this is true and you're not changing that impression, or you're not able to question,
I'm like that. I'm trying to say I'm willing to listen, and everything you guys are saying, I will go do my research on. I'm not. I'm saying from what I know.
That's not answering the question.
Okay, rephrase
my
the
question is, let me rephrase it. Okay. So if you're unable to question your beliefs honestly, and you're already convinced of your belief, then how do we know that you're honest?
Can you repeat the question back? Can you repeat the question back?
That was at you, Seiko.
No, I'm processing the question. I'm just trying to figure out how do I answer it, because
you just repeat it
right.
back?
It really
What did I
helps
say?
This is how my brain works. Your brain might work a certain way. This is how my brain works.
The way your brain is working right now, Seiko, is trying to find a way to dishonestly slip away from whatever it was you were just.
No,
answering.
I'm
Can
not.
you
I'm just
just
trying to
repeat it
understand
back?
it.
Can you just repeat it back? I promise it'll make sense if you try.
Okay, from what I understand, if I think that the Quran is true and everything is true, um, how can I be honest about whatever you guys? I mean, I don't know how to repeat it back, but it's
That's
something
because
in
you
that
didn't
Here,
listen.
let me try
It's
to
because you didn't listen.
ask
I
it
just don't
again.
understand.
Let me
Maybe.
try to leave.
Mhm.
And you are not able to question that belief. How can we know if you are honest or not?
Okay, but I still to this day I think I question the belief in some areas.
So you could be wrong.
Because I don't fully understand 100%. So there's things I still want to learn. Like when I spoke about the
So
Jesus
it could
thing,
be
that was
wrong.
very recent. The whole Jesus thing
So
was
the
very
Quran could be wrong, right?
very yeah. If I see something that's not there,
Do you know who the first Muslim is?
Adam, we believe it's Adam.
Why does it say Moses?
Where does it say Moses?
Where did you
It
get
says
Adam in the first
Moses.
place?
Where did I get Adam? Is because this is what when people try when they're talking like and this is what I hear from people when they're explaining Islam. They actually what is the first question should be what is a Muslim? Let me ask you the question then. What is a Muslim?
من سلم الناس من لسانه ويده.
In English, please.
I don't know how to translate that in English, to be honest.
Someone who's not Muslim, do you want me to try?
Yeah,
No,
like someone
It's someone
okay.
who it's gonna be someone who submits their will to God.
Okay, so someone that
yeah,
submits their
but
will to God.
also, but also
Yeah.
Muslim also has another meaning. Is من سلم الناس من يده ولسانه. He's like people who does not hurt people or talk trash about people.
Okay.
Yeah, so you have two meanings. Go ahead, tell me how Adam is Muslim.
Because Adam submitted his will to God. We believe Adam submitted
All the prophets did
all the
submit their wills to God. How come when God asked Abraham or Moses, where he's tiny asking you about, where Abraham and Abraham, Moses, Jesus, all and Yahya, those people came with a different book. Why they didn't come with the Quran?
There's different times, different books.
So why they didn't come with the Quran if they are Muslims?
Because, huh? But they're all books. They all have the same.
Have you read it?
Huh?
No, they don't.
Have you read them? Have you read any of those books?
The other books? No, I don't read them.
How do you know? How do you know
Because
those books say the same thing? How do you know that Moses came with the word of the same words of
Because
Quran?
Moses
How do you
preached
know?
preached the same things as Muhammad,
How
peace
do
be
you know?
upon him, as Jesus, peace be upon him. They all preach the same thing. We believe this.
What?
Because from
How do you know?
No.
Because
Yeah.
we use the
Wait,
source of
hold
the
on.
Quran.
Whoa. Hard stop. Hard stop.
Yeah, there's
You're
a whole
making a claim here based off
Yeah.
of things that you have not read, and you're saying they're going to be.
Yeah.
I'm asking you to explain.
I have.
Okay, I can explain.
I have a very important question, Psycho. Do you know what post hoc rationalization is?
Post hoc rationalization. I can kind of break it down, but I don't know the exact meaning.
Yeah, break it down.
You need me to explain it?
In a second, but can we not jump? Can I like one at a time? Because I feel like you're asking one question and then he's asking a question.
This is dealing with. Okay, post hoc rationalization is when you take current information and apply it to older information to make it fit the narrative of the current information that you have.
Okay.
Like, for example, taking the idea of the Quran and in the Christian Bible.
Okay. Okay, I get. Okay.
Psycho. Can you repeat that back?
Okay, so he basically said use whatever to make sense of what is in the past. That's how I understood it.
Oh no.
Was there more to it?
Yes. If there was, then I missed it.
Why did you stop listening after the first 7 words?
I think it might be difficult for him. Can I say one thing that, like, when I was trying to learn like active listening, one of the things that really helped me was when someone is asking me a question, I'll close my eyes and I'll listen. And because my eyes are closed, my ears are trying to focus a little bit harder on actually like getting the entire message. Give that a shot. See if it works. If it works for you, that's awesome. You just got a tool. And if it doesn't work for you, then fuck it. You know, it's fine. Whatever.
And if we get nothing else from this conversation, Seiko, you know, try asking more questions. But the poll has spoken.
Thank you. Nothing I had was nice.
It's
That's okay.
frustrating.
I mean, I think you did great.
Yeah, no, it's frustrating when somebody is not genuine about what it is that they're believing in and has any bit of knowledge in what they believe in. It's really hard to formulate any kind of argument with them.
Yes, especially when you're not even trying to argue, you're just trying to get them to even try to question their beliefs.
I had so
What
much
did I
of
tell
this.
you before, Thrails? What did I tell you? I have to repeat to you. There is no Muslim who does literally believe in the religion. They will question their belief. The only time they're gonna have doubt about the religion if they have an open-minded about it and they know the other belief systems around them.
I've seen it happen, though. I have seen it happen. It's rare, but we have had Muslims question their beliefs. It just means they question it honestly.
Yeah, they need to have this kind of transparency and the open mind about questioning it, and they have their inner doubts about it. If someone doesn't have the inner doubts about it and they are fixated on that, they couldn't question that belief system. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying it's hard because they have this kind of doubts. They will keep following it. I mean, like the confirmation bias, that everything goes around it.
Hell, can I ask you a question?
Another con.
Are you Muslim or are you ex-Muslim? Sorry, you cut out.
I'm ex-Muslim.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
She said it shyly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just
Tav, who was here earlier, is actually Muslim.
right. And I got the chance to listen to some of that information, and I think he was actually doing really good. I kind of wanted to come in a little bit earlier to like maybe help Seiko understand like what the wife is more about. And you know, I do also want to be understanding of like, you know, when we're talking about things that we have strong beliefs towards, I understand that people's emotions can get heated, and I think you guys have seen that from me before also. But you know, just I want to be conscious about the fact that I'm talking to a human being all the time.
That is how I try to do these conversations every time.
It's why I had to stay on mute, because the last time I went off on somebody, I was very, very loud and let's face it, I was a fucking dick. And that's not the level of respect I like to have, because I would have definitely went off.
Well, Hell and Ems had it well in hand. Hell had it well in hand on her own, but it was good to have the visual aids. And Ems's lovely voice.
Agreed. Hell had a lot to offer, and I love your accent too, just saying, and you're very knowledgeable, which was really cool. So thank you for what you gave to us on the panel.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Actually, it's because of Thrails. I used to I used to shout in this panel, to be honest. But I think, thank you guys. Honestly, literally, thank you all of you. And Im's literally, I do love him. I do love him. He knows how I love this guy. And by the way, Tav also. The thing is with Tav, even if I like his honesty. I like how honest he is. He doesn't have to add anything into it. He will tell you the truth, whether he like it or he doesn't like it.
Yeah, he wasn't up here to back my point or Kat's point or anyone else's points, because our points are only to get people to question, and Tav would have done exactly that too. Tried to get him to question from his perspective as a believer, and maybe introduce some of the questions that he asked himself, because I know Tav can question himself quite well.
I'd also like to point out that another reason why I was so respectful is because I am sitting in the living room with my niece, and
yeah, I noticed the background noise.
Yeah, what is this? Oh, this is a Minecraft story thing that she likes to watch.
Mm-hmm. Well, or anything like that, and you're open to having your beliefs questioned, go ahead and request on up. We are not here to debate or argue or tear you down or make you look like a fool, though you might do that on your own. I just want to ask you what it is you believe, why you believe it, and see if you really can question your beliefs. But I do need to make sure and thank Noctis, Z the Witch, Cara Elise, also Claire, Amoria, Gabby, and Artificial Red. Thank you all so much for helping with that goal. I appreciate you. Creation of Muse says, Thrayle, stop doing ASMR, bro. I'm not doing ASMR. I haven't rubbed on the microphone or like clicked my lips or any of that. That's
yeah. He didn't do a.
That is exactly what I expect from Hammy ASMR.
Well, Thrayle, I think it's because of your voice. That's all they're saying. I think it's because of your vocal fry and the way.
Oh, the vocal fry. Yes, if I just would stop using the vocal fry, then they would probably not.
Yeah, just use your real voice already, Thrayle.
My voice. That's the problem. It's the vocal fry.
You just need to use your real voice, Thrayle.
The celestial skeletal bat goddess spreading her wings.
Unfurling her wings.
There is an unfurling, indeed. I wonder if we have any believers in the requests. Well, I don't know. Maybe a believer. Is it Saturday, Philly?
It's No, it's not
Vocal
Saturday.
fry is definitely something good.
Thrayle, can you do Optimus Prime's voice?
Oh, I have to think about that. Channel my inner Peter Cullen. I think he's a lot more forceful.
He is a lot more forceful.
With having vocal cords from Cybertron. Autobots roll out. That's a little
not
dry.
quite. It is a little dry.
I don't know. I have to listen to Peter Cullen do it again.
Autobots roll out.
There you go.
Yeah, it's closer, but it's not quite Peter.
Here, maybe let's try this, Peter.
Oh, Peter. Don't you do it, Thrayle.
I'm not going to do it.
But if anybody has a belief in God or God's a higher power or anything like that, you're open to having your beliefs questioned, but go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate or argue with you. We just want to know what it is you believe, and if you can even question that, and all the whys and hows and what's it's of all that beliefy stuff you do.
Turned into Smeagol
Thank you.
again.
The
Yeah,
whys
thank you,
and
Meatwad
hows and what's
Smeagol.
Yeah, I don't know if that enticed any believers at all. I don't think it was gonna.
I know it was enticing to me.
I know that it made me want to get down. Yeah.
You're listening to Batcolyte Radio. All Batcolyte all the time.
That's great.
Coming up in the next hour, not Batcolyte.
Don't change the channel. It's time for Batcolyte.
Bats!
I love that. That was amazing.
How's everyone doing this morning?
Fantastic.
I would have gotten in on it, but I'm pretty sure. I would have gotten in on it, but I'm pretty sure if once I started, my niece would be like, "What you doing?"
Having fun with grown-ups on an adult platform, of course. Talking with logical questioning. That's why we were doing this, exactly. Not because Thrayle has great vocal range, and we all are super excited with the vocal range.
Like what? Like I'm having conversations on TikTok, adult conversations. It's incredible. It's conversations I've been having in years.
I can't tell you how many times I've been at work, and right before I took care of a customer, I sat there and said something, went on mute, and the very second I went on mute, they were like, "What was that?" And I'm like, "No, I'm on it. I'm on a TikTok." And they're like, "Oh, okay."
I know it's because she's come to me multiple times and like, is God real? And I'm like, oh dear, you're 9 years old. Some people believe in a God and some people don't believe in a God. I personally don't, but whatever you choose to believe in when you're older is up to you. Because we have to choose our beliefs.
I promise I'm not going to do it. I promise I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to go there.
We're going to tell all children God's not real. Stop that.
Well, then I have to explain Santa next.
Do it. Do it.
Yeah, destroy my children's
Do it now.
Do it now.
Do it now.
The world where it must be done.
But if now that everyone's questioning our sanity, maybe people can question their beliefs and take some time to maybe think if their beliefs are worth quite real or not.
Good segue, Bats.
I know for me coming on, especially on this panel and talking with the people that I've talked to has helped me immensely. And I've been dealing with the guilt that I raised my kids like to believe in Jesus or they were going to hell. So that's something new that I'm like trying to process in my brain. It's been pretty hard to do. Like I gave them, like what you just brought up, Bats, about Santa. I was telling Tiny this yesterday, like I always had this thing where I wouldn't tell my kids that Santa existed because I didn't want them to believe in some man that gave them good gifts, all to tell them that it was a lie and I was lying to them, but then for them to believe in Jesus, who gives them the gift of eternal life, and for them not to believe in him. That was my rationale. And it's like, now I'm like, I literally gave them a belief system that I feel is a lie now. And having to come to terms with that has been hard.
I relate to you, Candace. I never taught my child Santa because I didn't want my child not to trust the things I had to say. But I definitely taught my child God.
Thank you for sharing that. It's, yeah. And like, I've got 6 kids, and I'm like, how do I explain they hold Jesus so close to what is true and real?
Do you share their age ranges?
So I have 20, 27, 25, 18, 16, and 13. And my 18, 16, and 13 have seen me on lives and they hear what I'm talking. So the conversation I've been able to have with them. But like, for example, my oldest daughter, she'll come in and watch these lives and then she'll question like, so you don't believe in Jesus anymore? And knowing her, like I have to be really careful about how I go about doing this. It's just like they're so concerned because I was in such a bad place and Jesus was the answer for me at that time. Like that is what helped me get through what I was going through. And now, I don't need that crutch anymore, you could say. And it's not that I don't necessarily want it. I almost wish I could go back to believing what I did before. It's
relatable.
Kind of sad. Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah.
I think I miss the comfort a lot. But I have learned to find comfort in other things, and I guess I would hope that.
Candace, I don't know if Philly was here for your interview. Can you remind us how long it's been since you deconstructed?
Oh, it's only been a few months. Literally just a few months. If you guys watch any of my TikToks, you go down 20 videos. I was on fire for Jesus.
I would love to interview you sometime, Candace.
Yeah, absolutely. I've always felt that like whatever I go through in life, if it can help anybody else, then it wasn't for nothing. Help me and help someone else to process. Life is hard. Life can be really, really hard. And we're all grasping for something to believe in, for something better than and something outside of ourselves. When we have to start working on ourselves and believing in ourselves and knowing that there's good within us that we can pull out and overcome the things that we're struggling with.
We do have a new guest. Macy, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Probably not. Well, I appreciate you sleeping in the comments either way. And if the next guest doesn't load in, and it it doesn't look like they're gonna. I'll go ahead and give Hammy his box back.
Because, sweetheart, calm down.
Did you just call me sweetheart?
No, I was calling my niece sweetheart because she's like, "Hey, uncle, my initial, what are you doing?" I was like, "Nothing." Why? I was like, "Because why?" And she just kept asking why.
Good for her. Question everything.
I know. I'm so proud of her.
How old?
She is 4, 3, something like that.
Philly, could I ask you a question? You said that you struggled with the same thing that I was struggling with, and so, like, if you don't mind, Thrayle, if I could ask you,
Absolutely.
thank you, Thrayle. What did you, how did you, I guess, for lack of a better term, come out about your beliefs and your kids? Like, how did that go?
I have one son. He's young. He's in grade 1. And he asked me when I was in the middle of my faith crisis if God was real. Didn't know what to say, so I just asked him questions. What do you think? What have you heard? And I said that I didn't know. And we haven't talked about it since. He hears me do these lives from time to time. And he knows that we've changed some of our habits. We don't pray at meal times anymore. We do talk about what we're grateful for. He knows that I don't like singing, even though I sang that to him every night. I changed it to Mommy Loves Me, This I Know. And I changed the lyrics. And he fought against that for a while, but he's come to accept it. I don't know.
I can't believe you brought up Jesus Loves Me. Like, that hit me so hard right now. I have sung Jesus Loves Me to my granddaughter every day since she is born. And she literally, like, lights up if she's crying. The only thing that can get her to stop is if they call me and I'll sing Jesus Loves Me to her. And that's been a huge, like, I feel like dagger inside of me. It makes me so sad.
Philly, can I ask you a question?
Sure, Candace, I feel that so much. It has been a dagger to my heart. Go ahead, Daragon.
I don't know how to ask this, but I'll try to do the best that I can. Is there something that gives you comfort in the uncomfortableness? Is that a thing? In the uncomfort that you're feeling with all of these things?
Is there comfort in
that also? But is there something that comforts you in the uncomfort that you're feeling or that you're going through?
Yes. Yes, many things comfort me. Yeah.
I could say for me, one of the things that's comforted me the most during this time is all of you guys. Like Thrayle coming in here, felt like I was having a therapy session. It was incredible. Tiny, me, like especially Tiny learning so much about the science and me helped me to really look into scripture And that was comforting to know that I wasn't alone in my questions that I had about my faith.
I was kind of hoping you'd elaborate, but if you don't want to, that's totally fine too.
So I find comfort in gratitude, in wonder, in relationships and connections, in seeing beauty and goodness. I find comfort, surprisingly to myself, in the idea that that one day, there will be no humanity at all. There's something extremely comforting about that to me, and I don't know why. Yes, the loss of the heaven of my understanding was a huge grief, a huge blow. And the idea of humanity moving on and not being a part of that story anymore in any way, was really sad for me. Perhaps, overly egotistical, but that's where I was. But then when I felt like I had an epiphany that, one day, either through destruction or evolution or, the sun dying out, there will be no humanity at all anymore. And that was a huge relief to me. I sound like a psychopath.
No, I totally get what you're saying. I understand it. I get it. The thought of something going on, living without us and not being here, but then knowing that it doesn't matter because it's all going to end one day anyways, like, brings some comfort. I get that. Thank you for sharing that.
My deconstruction was pretty chill.
It was an experience that didn't cause much emotional upheaval for you, Hammy?
No, I mean, one of the things that it did do was, it gave me a sense of overwhelming peace, because was this entire idea that there was somebody watching over me, checking up and writing down every wrong move I made, every wrong thought I had, and the knowledge of that not being there was an overwhelming calm feeling. So it was kind of like holding a breath for so long, and then you finally realize you're holding your breath and you take that big breath in. It was that calming sense, like I can finally breathe again.
I actually think I am going to have a conversation with my daughter and then Thrayle maybe talk with you and set up a time to see if she'll come on the live with us. Because I think it would be helpful for her to hear some outside perspective, not coming from me, where we're so close. And it being, like,
It can make it a little less personal if she hears other people's questions and the way they question themselves. Do you think that she leaves any room for questioning?
The way that I raised them, like, no, there is no room for questioning. I'm not even sure how I got to be where I'm at because there was no room for questioning. And I'm afraid I'm probably going to wait a little bit longer because she's about to deliver in January and I don't want to ruin her Christmas either. So, um, I would just, the pat answer would always be, I want to pray about it. But no, this is something like, this is huge. I need to, I really am concerned for her heart and how she'll take it. And my other kids too. Like I made God, the Bible says seek ye first the kingdom of heaven and then everything else. So like that's what we did. We sought the kingdom of heaven and taught them to be what the Bible says to be, good little Christians, good little disciples. Like that is their identity. And I would literally be unraveling a part of their identity.
May I make a suggestion, Candace?
Oh, yes, I'm all ears.
I wonder if, rather than addressing it head on, if you were to bolster their sense of identity in other areas, it might give them more resilience if and when they do deconstruct from the faith.
I think in a way I've been trying to do that and she's picking up on it because I've veered away from everything being under God and Jesus doing this and Jesus doing that, and rather say like, well, you did this and look what you've done and look how all those things. So yeah, I think that's a wonderful idea. Oh, thank you.
I have much admiration for your approach, Candace, because when I was a Christian for so many years, a lot of times we would think, oh, we have to tell them right now, right now, right now, right now. They may die tomorrow. We never know. We have to be. There was a state of dread, and we didn't take into account a person's availability to listen to the message. And you're taking into account, well, there's Christmas coming. They're about to have a baby. I'm going to approach this in the best way for them. And I think that's a wonderful approach to think about how they may take it, how what you're doing is going to be maybe a little bit painful both for her and for you to watch her go through the hard thing that is deconstruction.
Thank you for saying that heart is hurt in this whole process. That dream, that hope that you have, and then I guess another thing that bothers me too is when I see other people hurting, my heart is always wanting to help them. Like I loved the whole premise of Jesus loving others as you love yourself, because this world could use a lot more love. And then seeing somebody going through a difficult time, I'm at a loss as to what to offer them, where before I would offer them Jesus. Like, well, Jesus can help you through it. Jesus will be your strength. Jesus will do this. And now I'm like, what do I do? If they haven't been able to overcome it in their own strength, where do I tell them to get this strength from? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think that's why I think Philly's advice was wonderful, advising that you reinstitute their faith in themselves and their hope and even their faith in you. Like Philly's idea of changing Jesus loves me into mommy loves me is amazing. I think I would probably change it to mommy loves me, this I know, for their actions tell me so. Little ones do they protect and teach them to respect. Yes, mommy loves me. Yes, mommy loves me because their actions tell me so.
I love that, Bats.
Yeah, I love that.
Share with you my version sometime.
No, let's hear it. Come on.
No.
Okay.
We do have a new guest joining us. 002, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Oh, man, nope. Couldn't even get through that question.
They really wanted to be on panel in the chat. They were.
Well, you
That's
asked them
more
a
than
very
once.
difficult question.
I did ask the age.
Age? What's my age again? What's my age again?
Is everybody else saying that in their head?
Yes, I'm just glad that y'all got the song reference.
I feel like my brain tells me mentally I'm just not as old as I am, but my body is always telling me you're actually a lot older than you are.
Listen, I have asked older people that. I've literally gone up and said, like, I have a question. Does your brain ever catch up to your body? Like, do you feel older in your head? And not one person has ever said yes to me. They've said that they've gained
Yeah.
wisdom, but they don't feel older. So I'm like, oh my gosh, that's a scary concept. Like, you want to do all the things your 20 and 30-year-old body could do, but you're stuck in 45-year-old body. That's how I feel.
Hey Philly, do you still pray ever or no?
Only on Saturdays. I'm making a joke. Yes, every now and then I have a spurt of belief or a hope or I pray just in case. But it doesn't happen often.
I was going to make a dumb joke and say, are you familiar with Pascal's wager? But it's...
No, tell me, Duragon, what is Pascal's wager?
No, so me and my family, we're actually going through something that's really, really hard right now. My mother-in-law, her cancer has gotten a lot worse, and it looks like they're going to be taking her off of the medication because it's through the final rounds of chemo. And if they don't find like a trial that they could put her on that could work, they're just gonna, the idea is try to make things as comfortable as possible. We got this information yesterday, so I'm really, really struggling with it. And it's not, it's because of, you know, like for my wife and it's her mom, and also my kids, I would, like, we're trying to get my kids to spend as much time with her as possible, just so I want to be able to burn an image or an understanding of who and what she is in their mind before she passes. I feel like that's the only things that I could really do, and it's just, I mean, the whole road's just been really, really rough the whole time, and it's been well over like 3 years now, almost 4 years, or maybe 4 years. I don't know, just
Heart goes out to you and your family. My mother had leukemia, and I was her caregiver and got to watch a lot of her. I got to watch her pass before she passed, and it's very difficult sometimes. But just be there for her. Spending time is definitely the right route to go. Developing those memories and just coming to peace with it. But never give up hope, and never, like, just enjoy the moments as they come, with regardless if there's going to be more. Just enjoy those moments, because you're going to remember those moments fondly when the time comes.
Yeah, I wanted to say I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that as well, Duragon.
Does your mother-in-law have a religious belief?
Yeah, she's extremely heavy Christian, like extremely heavy. My father-in-law, her husband, they've been together forever. He is an amazing human being. He's also been a pastor at a couple of different churches before, but now he's kind of retired. And they really are. They're wonderful people. They are. They're amazing. Yeah, they're Christian.
Before the next question gets asked, Thrayle, I think I'm gonna go unalive for a few hours.
Yeah, later, Hemi. Appreciate you being here.
Not a problem.
Take care,
Well,
Hemi.
I
I'm
think I
gonna
have.
I'm gonna bounce off too. So thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it. Love you always.
Yeah, appreciate you, Candace.
Bye.
Take care.
Look forward to talking again, Candace.
Thrill, my kids are waking up. It's about time to get ready for the day. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry. Go ahead, Bats.
My kids are waking up for the day. I have to get my responsibilities in order. So I think I'm probably going to go to, maybe with the panel less empty, some people will get the courage to.
Yeah, I had to do it.
Love you, Babs.
Appreciate you.
I would love to ask you, Daragon, what prayer means to you. If you can come off mute.
For me, okay. I'm gonna try my best because I haven't really, like, I have an idea of what I think it is for me, and I've never really talked about it before, so I'll try to do my best. For me, it's humbling myself and putting someone else before what I think or what I believe or how I believe or how I feel. It's trying to be humble and have humility, maybe, and wanting and wishing for other people.
Can I?
Something along those lines.
Can I seek a clarifying point?
Yeah.
Is prayer the humbling, or does the humbling come because you pray?
I think praying is the action that comes from trying to be humble. I think it's valuing the other person, and it's like whenever I have prayed for other people, and I kind of want to be clear about this. Like, I don't pray for myself. I don't ask things for myself. Like, I think that's extremely selfish, and that goes into like a whole other thing. But to me, it's just that how do I show up for whoever I'm showing up for,
So is prayer a conversation for you? And if so, is it between you and the people around you?
Not a conversation.
Is it an interaction? Maybe you said the actions that you do, maybe not words, but
No, I think prayer is, um, other than the words, it's just the thoughts. You know, I don't think that me going out and helping people physically, or giving money to like people who need it, or food to people who need it. I don't think that's prayer. I think that's just action. But I mean, I can have the thoughts behind what I'm doing, why I'm doing them, and I think there is maybe some type of prayer within that.
Are those thoughts directed to God?
I don't think so. I think they're directed towards Jesus. I don't know if I've gone into this with you before, at least from like the theological perspective that I'm coming from, is I think that there's a huge disconnect between us and God. If God exists, or if God existed, I think there's a huge disconnect there. I think Jesus would be more attainable.
Mm-hmm. Do you think Jesus receives your prayers, like hears it?
I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Mm.
To be perfectly honest, I don't know.
Do you have hope that Jesus hears your prayers?
I do.
Do you think that if Jesus hears your prayers, Jesus has power to influence things in your life or the lives of loved ones?
I think that's complicated. I think it's complicated because it's going to be a couple of reasons. One is the determinist in me says things are the way they are. And another part of me also says that, just like my kids, like whenever they want something and I don't get it to them, they might not have an understanding as to why. And, like I'm not trying to do like some exegesis here and try to justify like a stance or anything like that. But I do think that I sit in a lot of the I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Does it matter to you if Jesus does hear your prayers or not?
Doesn't matter to me. I'm not sure. I haven't really thought about it.
Mm-hmm. If you knew for certain that there wasn't, that your prayers were not heard by anyone, would you still pray?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Because it's my mind, to be able to put that out there.
It's coming from you to put that out there.
Yeah,
it's
like we say what's on our mind, like we talk to people the way we do. because that's what we're thinking and that's what we're feeling. And I think that by me wishing well for people or hoping for good things for people, I think that's something that I kind of have within me that I think that's okay. I think that's good.
So, when you pray, is it just wishing and hoping intentionally?
I think you cut out. Sorry.
When you pray, is it just not to diminish it, but to clarify what it means to you? Is it just wishing and hoping intentionally?
I think to an extent, yeah. I think there's definitely a part of that there.
Is it not completely that because it is directed to Jesus?
I don't know. Not sure.
Is there another piece to it that I might be missing?
Maybe. Maybe.
Anything that comes to mind?
I think the lack of knowing or understanding is kind of important to me. I don't know if that really helps at all.
The mystery.
I think so. I mean, I know that you're still kind of living in some of that yourself, right?
Yeah, I don't claim to know that there is no God.
The mystery, the not knowing is important to you.
I think not knowing is what really helps me kind of try to stay humble. I think the knowing of not knowing I think always searching but never finding is kind of important.
Does the not knowing allow for you to have this belief that brings you guidance or comfort, or something to go to when you need it?
Can you rephrase that? I don't think I really understood it.
Yeah, it was kind of poorly phrased. It's fair.
No,
I was kind of forming it as I was saying it.
It was poorly understood on my part.
I was kind of like working through it as I was asking. So, does the knowledge that you don't know, is that what allows you to explore this belief and go to it when you need it in times where it's like maybe you have comfort or you need comfort or guidance?
ooh. I don't know how to like elaborate on that or talk about it without actually like talking about like the experience that I had that kind of like led me down this path of where I am and like what I think right now. And how I don't know. I think this is. I think it's. God, it's not easy. It's complicated.
We can reserve it for another time if you want.
Okay, try to ask your question one more time, and I'll try to go simple or something. I'll try
to simplify as well. Is the understanding that ultimately you don't know what allows you to continue to engage with the belief?
Yeah, yes. I think that's a very good question. I think the answer is, I would probably say yes.
I think that's really honest, and I appreciate that.
No, that was very well asked. Thank you. I like that question.
Do you think that it's possible that you could ever come to a firm conclusion rather than living in the not sure?
I'm hopeful. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. I'm open to it.
What do you think might possibly lead you there?
My end, maybe, like when I die, or when I pass.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'll tell you a little thing that happened. Yeah, this didn't happen to me. It was my cousin who's quite a bit older than me, and he's how old is he? He's gonna be in his like late 50s, early 60s maybe. He was there when my uncle, my dad's oldest brother, passed away. And before he passed, the thing he told my uncle or my cousin was that God doesn't exist, God is man. I don't know what that means, but it's just like the way he said it to him and the way that my cousin kind of like said, like this is what he said and the way he said it. Like he just sounded so sure of this thing that he was saying. You know, and it's like even then, like we're still like we gotta question like whether but is that really, you know? Like even if like whatever we I don't know, you know what I mean?
Do you think Good, I'm glad you think sometimes. You've alluded to finding comfort in your beliefs regarding you've alluded to finding comfort in your beliefs, period. I wonder if that comfort is partially to help you psychologically deal with feelings of guilt.
Jeez. So, ooh.
Too heavy?
I have I carry a very heavy burden, I think. And I don't think it ever goes away. Like who I am, who I've been, what I've done, all those things kind of just, I struggle with the grace of that, trying to let those things go. I think that I'm probably gonna spend my entire life trying to, at least in my mind, undo the things that I have done. I don't know.
Do you think that grace is impossible without your beliefs?
Well, I mean, I still struggle with this idea of grace, or even when I was a different type of Christian. I've always struggled with grace. I don't know. It's complicated. I mean, you know more about me than most other people, especially the 78 other people who are, or 67 other people who are in here right now. You know more about me than that. I don't think that's something that I'm never going to not struggle with. I don't know.
It's a little bit hard to hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now? Yeah, I was just saying that, I mean, my struggle with grace has been always, and I think you know that better than anyone else in here.
Dargon,
Yeah.
you don't have to. I don't know. I know nothing, but I do know that we are all doing our best. And I have bars. That's what else I know. Hold on, I'm moving. We are all just doing our best, and sometimes we feel that that's not good enough, and sometimes we don't do our best, and that is not good enough. But it's not about the times.
Sorry, Kat, you're cutting out.
All of the bars, Cat. I think he even left the bars behind.
Right.
I think we share the same Wi-Fi.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So basically, what I'm saying is I understand guilt, and I understand carrying that, and I understand the things you just said, not in the same way, obviously, but very deeply. And you don't have to carry all the guilt, but you do have to do your best every day as best you can, and I think that you do that. And you shouldn't beat yourself up over things.
It's really hard not to do that. I can't just, put these things down like in the morning when I get up and put them next to my bed and just go through my day and then come back and hold it and play with it or put it in my pocket or anything later. Just doesn't work like that. Well, for me.
Consciously and intentionally do your best to not be that, and that is enough.
Do you believe that you can have forgiveness from God or from Jesus? Hopefully my question came through.
I heard it. The question is, did Duragon hear it, and does he still have his fingers?
I sure hope he still has his fingers.
It's happened before.
It appears that he does.
I know. I have seen that thumb.
He says, I don't know. I did.
Did hear the question. Okay. Well, I should drop, but you know, Durgan, I like to have these conversations with you. I hope we can continue it another time. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that question hit you hard. I'm sorry.
I don't know. And I think what would probably be even harder for me is if the answer was yes.
Thank you for answering that question. And I have so many more questions, but I do need to go, and I apologize for the timing of that.
That's okay. It's no, it was fine. It's just I wasn't expecting that. It's okay.
I hope we can talk again soon.
Yeah.
Thrayle, would you drop me?
Yes, Philly, thank you so much. Appreciate you as always.
And then there were 3 or 4.
And then there were 3. Well,
or 66.
66. You know, who's counting except TikTok and you and me?
I really appreciated the way you have answered Philly's and my questions this morning.
Yeah. I'm not just answering for Philly or Thrayle or you or everyone else here. I'm also answering for me, you know?
I think that's the most important person to be answering for.
Right,
Yeah.
that's the whole point. And you have done incredibly well at answering very difficult questions.
I think I do these lives for my benefit. You're sorely mistaken.
Right, sometimes with some people I'm like, we're doing this for you. Why are you so mad?
I was really hoping for Seiko to be able to be a little bit more open.
Yeah.
I was kind of hopeful for that.
He was more open than most his age in that practice. So there was more questioning going on behind the lies than he was letting on.
I would like to see him come
I'd like
up
to
and
think.
try again.
Yeah. I left the door open so he can come back another time and try again.
Yeah. So I am at work and I need to go and get a magic number to figure out exactly what size this landing needs to be cut to. I can either stay up here and be quiet and be back when I'm back with that number.
Well, I'm thinking of a poem. I've got one in front of me.
Oh,
It's
okay. Then I'll
quite
stick around for a bit
finished.
and listen.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and knock us down to this view at least. Yeah. And then maybe.
Can I ask you a question, Thrayle?
Sure. While that's still on the screen.
Can I ask you two questions? What is the likelihood that Thrayle exists today?
The way you asked that made me wonder if I should differentiate myself from Thrayle.
Made me wonder that too.
If we're just saying the likelihood that I exist, I mean, I don't know if I'm ever going to be out of the 90s, but we can set it low, like 93, 4, 94. That 4 still feels wrong. I'm pretty sure I'm here. It hurts enough.
Well, you know what I say, Thrayle. The best thing that happened to the 80s was the 90s, and the worst thing that happened to the 90s was the 2000s.
There's that. What's the likelihood that you exist, Duragon?
Yes.
In a percentage.
Yes. Oh.
Yes.
0 to 100.
I think the answer is still yes, but okay. Look, I'll play ball. I'll play ball. I think I think going like 85 to 90 is gonna be good. I think that's gonna be.
He's more of a solipsist than me.
That's insane. Actually, that is actually mind blowing.
I think it tracks.
What is the likelihood, Thrayle, that a god of shit happens exists?
The likelihood a god of shit happens exists today. I mean, shit is happening.
Shit is certainly happening.
But does a god have anything to do with it? The likelihood in my mind.
That is the question.
I mean, I feel this one is more unknowable than the other. But seven.
Oh, a whole 7, huh? Durgan, what is the likelihood that your god exists today? Right now.
It's weird because then we gotta go into what and how God is. I feel like.
No, we know what and how, kind of.
Okay. All right. So all right, that's fine. Okay.
No, we know. We just need a 0 to 100.
0 to 100. That's a tough one. Yes.
This is like the time where you answered that they were like where you answered unknown to both those questions. That's what this is.
Right. God, I don't even know how to touch this one. I have no clue. I have no clue. Like it could be anywhere from. I'm good with the entire range. I'm good with like anywhere from like 1% to like 99%. And I think all of it is completely valid.
That's fair. That's a good answer.
Yeah, well, hold on. I land at 85 to 90 for myself. I probably have to be from like 1 to like 90 max. That makes more sense.
So your God. Your God is no
You.
more likely than you to exist.
Yes, that's right.
Well, I think if like, I'm not going to go into the whole like, oh, you know, I'm evidence of God, blah blah blah, all that. Oh, I don't know, whatever. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing?
These are just questions that I ask Thrayle
Yes.
often to see where he's at
Yeah.
with this. But I have one more. Does God need to exist to be meaningful?
No, because we're able to look. If God doesn't exist, and the purpose of life is what I make the purpose to be, then that makes that a God irrelevant, regardless of whether God exists or not. So I would say no.
But is it still meaningful if it doesn't exist?
It can be. Meaning is going to be completely subjective, right?
Right. No. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. That's. Did you hear that, Thrayle?
I did.
That's interesting.
I suspected the whole time.
I also suspected this.
Well, for me, it came out of nowhere. I'm just kidding. No.
You're the first. You're the first person who has a belief in God, like not like an agnosticism, you know, but like a belief. Like you are a Christian. You believe in God. You know, that has answered no.
Yeah.
My answer is no, and most other, like, actually every other like agnostic person, like on any range, you know, of atheism to agnosticism, has even theistic leaning agnosticism, but nobody who says I'm a Christian has answered no except for you. That's interesting. There's nothing. I think that is the correct answer. I think that God is meaningful regardless.
Well,
but
what could also be the case is that I might just not have the same understanding as other Christians. I might have just missed the mark.
As of God?
Of whatever Christianity is. Like, I mean, maybe they have maybe they got it right and I got it wrong.
Do you think that there is some similarity in the way that people understand God across the board? Not necessarily like what it is, but like there is a similar I think the best way I can describe what I'm trying to say is like emotional response into like and how people understand God fundamentally. Like, does that make sense?
Look, I think I'm gonna hold to whatever I'm about to say. I'm gonna hold to this as being some kind of a truth for me, and I could be wrong in this. But I think that anyone who is telling me or telling you or telling anyone else that they know who and what God is, I think they're lying.
Right. Okay. I think that that is true too. But so I've kind of been thinking about this a lot lately. Like, I think that the understanding of God is like a feeling, like an emotional response to this idea more than anything else. And it's like the way the way people understand God is what makes them feel that emotional thing that is God, quote unquote. And so I think that there's some similarity in understand, no matter what you understand God to be, or like the way you understand God, there is something that we kind of share about that understanding. Does that make sense?
I think so.
It's just an idea I've been like working on. It's not fully formed, and kind of just I've been tossing it around with anybody who will listen. But
I like fully not formed ideas. I think all of my ideas are like that.
I think the best ideas are like that. Leaves them room to grow.
Yeah. But I also don't want to walk around going like, just, wandering around like, oh, I don't know anything. Nothing is, I don't know, whatever. I feel like there are certain things that we do know.
What is knowledge?
Is this going to be like an epistemic, or no, never mind, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to.
It is never, look, it is never a full philosophical argument with me. I promise. It will never be that.
Her questions are usually more open than mine.
Yeah. Knowledge is the information that we hold to come to an understanding of what we think or what we believe to be accurate and true in reference to something.
How do we determine what is true?
Experience.
Can we have a Rav, Thrayle?
Can we have a what?
A Rav.
What's a Rav?
A Rav, yeah.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't checking the guest request.
That's why I asked, because I knew you were working on the poem.
Oh.
Oh, but before, real quick, before I lose the list, I gotta thank Claire, and also Z-Witch, Amoria, Raccoon, Nerd Unleashed, Hazelnut, and Donna B, all for helping with that goal. Thank y'all so much. I do appreciate it. And good morning, Rav. How are you?
Good morning.
Hey, what's up?
I like how we've been here all night. And you come here in the morning, it really like brightens it up a little bit. Like a good way to round it out.
I like it. Yeah. It's so funny. Like, like I always wonder what goes on while I'm away.
We had a visit from Ems.
Oh, nice. How's he
Yeah,
doing? Was
always
he
good.
on?
M's and Hell, all not quite at the same.
Yeah, I might have summoned Tabs, Ems, and Hell all at the same time, and they all came.
Exlam to the rescue.
Was it just me or did Rav cut out?
No,
My
that's good Wi-Fi. None of the four of us have particularly good Wi-Fi.
The whole Wi-Fi is contagious. It's like somebody's got a router on the West Coast. Cat gets the worst of it.
Yeah. Is it better now?
Yeah.
Were there any live ones last night?
Live ones. Yeah.
Do you think that Ems and Hell and Tab got summoned at the same time?
Yeah, that's fair. I was interested in what Durgan was going to say about this. Sorry, Thrayle, what were you saying?
No, I'm with you. I want to know what Durgan was going to say.
About what?
Well, how do you discover? How do you understand knowledge and truth?
Experience is
Everything
how
that,
you determine what is true, right?
yeah, so
Yeah,
everything
but
that we hold as information is just through our senses that our brain processes.
so like the people who say that the Earth is flat, that's like their truth, and that's like perfectly legitimate.
That's their knowledge. I wouldn't necessarily say knowledge is going to always be true, right?
Knowledge doesn't always have to be true.
No, I mean I can know something, but it could also be false.
So
Or does
is
knowledge have to be
knowledge
true?
so well, if knowledge doesn't have to be true, what is the difference between knowledge and belief?
Belief is an idea that you hold as something that you think or know. Oh, I see what you're saying.
That's so good. I love that. That's what we're here
Yeah,
for.
well, I mean, like, I think, it's kind of important to understand like the words that we're using, like and when you know something, how much of that is accurate or true. So, what's the difference between knowing something and holding knowledge? Is
What's
it
the
the same
difference
thing or is
between
it not the
knowledge and
same thing?
belief?
Well, I mean, you could still have a belief that's true, and is that going to be knowledge?
Yes. So belief can be knowledge, but or knowledge. What is it? Knowledge and belief.
Kat, you lied to me. You said you weren't going to do philosophy.
I'm not doing philosophy. We're defining words here. Everything you. Somebody said this really well one day, and I'm forgetting the words. Give me a second. You can believe the things you know, but not every belief is knowledge.
I don't know what that really means. I would.
Means so.
I need to understand these things better. Like, I mean, like, I'm not a philosophy person. I mean, I do like philosophy.
I'm not a philosophy person either. A belief would be like so faith would be a belief without evidence, right? So a belief would be something that you believe and don't necessarily not necessarily have evidence for. But knowledge would be something. If I was going to claim to know something, I would be really sure that it was true or correct. Mostly because I don't like to be wrong. I'm not gonna say something is knowledge if I don't know. And if it is unknowable. I think something unknowable that I have an opinion about or have made a determination on is a belief.
All right, I think we're gonna have to pull the old Oxford or Webster out and look at these words, because I feel like if I'm making a mistake, it's gonna be because of words and how I understood or what I thought we were talking about. Whatever, it's fine. Just
of the Venn diagram between faith and knowledge. And I think that knowledge is the center of the Venn diagram between belief and understanding.
Thank you, Rav. Thank you.
Okay, I mean, I'll probably have to.
I think that's my position.
Okay, yeah, I think I'm gonna have on this because I thought like when I guess it kind of makes sense when you're saying it that way because when people say, "Oh, I know this," and then knowing something is knowledge. It's
I know
much, right?
the ocean is salty. I believe that it's not going to rain today.
you could have a deep understanding and that leads you to the knowledge that it's not going to rain. But you could also believe that it's not going to rain, and you could also like know that in your belief, but not have any like. You could have it rain, but you might not actually understand why or why not it's going to rain.
Hang on. The enthusiasm for knowing. Is that knowing?
Well, so when I guess when I say enthusiasm, what I mean is like a willingness to back it up with other things, whether regardless of whether they're true or have understanding or not.
I have the enthusiasm it's not going to rain because I really don't want it to.
Like, I think it's easier to take a case. So, like, the flat Earth thing. Like, I think, people with faith will say that, the Bible is true. So, like, they don't, like, there's no need for any, and they might say that, but then they might say
Okay.
that, that they...
I think I wrap my head around this idea a little bit. So we don't know anything. We have a higher probability of knowledge.
Yeah, and I also think that understand. I've said this probably 20 times in the last 72 hours, but that understanding requires epistemic humility, and so like the fact that you're saying like this is my best understanding and that I could be wrong.
I think wrong is the best path to gaining any actual knowledge.
Ooh, maybe understanding is the middle of the Venn diagram between knowledge and wisdom.
I think so. I think that
I knew Thrayle was gonna cringe and say something. I could feel it.
Well, I just isn't. For some reason, I'm thinking that the difference between knowledge and wisdom is application. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I always thought of wisdom as like experience plus knowledge. Like the experience meaning like the understanding of past experience and your own experience. But I do like the image of these 3 Venn diagrams, though.
I'm gonna make them later. I feel like wisdom. I've never actually thought about this. Wisdom is something that I am told that I have. But I don't know how I gained, maybe.
Of having experience, knowledge, and good judgment.
Oh, I don't have that last one.
Good judgment is subjective.
I think wisdom is not as much something you have, but it is the act of sharing the experience and the knowledge in a meaningful way.
Is this definitional pontification, just waiting for a
I don't
poetic
know, but
conclusion.
you know what, Thrayle? You remember? I think it was last night. It was last night when I was all sleepy and we asked some questions before I left the panel. Um, this like I'm gonna say it again. These moments right here, like um, where we get to really like dig into ourselves and each other are so special to me. I learned so much in this place that we have visited again.
I'm glad to hear that. Svartulfur, is that how you pronounce that? Svartulfur agrees with me that application is that thing that wisdom has that knowledge doesn't. So it's applied knowledge.
Yeah, I do kind of like that definition.
That's how I remember, I think of it.
Isn't that what understanding is, though? Like an applied knowledge? Like you're able to, like, I feel like understanding is not only just, um, you know, uh, the humility piece, but an ability to kind of explain it in a way, like if you could explain it to a third grader, you know what I mean? Um, like if you can teach it, then you have an understanding of it, which would be applied knowledge. I feel like I am at the Renaissance Fair in the pub, in the ye old pubby.
Ye old pubby.
Rav, have you seen my illustration of the tavern?
No.
It's in
It's better
Discord.
than.
I will
Please
I will
send it.
send it to you because it's
Thank you.
really fun. And it's what I always picture. Like I illustrated the tavern and I picture it now every time.
It's great. I feel like pubby is better than how I was going to originally pronounce it.
Mm-hmm. My brain spelled it right away.
Yep.
It's the first that so also it's the first like thing I ever illustrated, like really sat down and illustrated, and it was really fun. And I should probably keep illustrating things so I get better at them. But it was very fun. I don't know that you can teach wisdom. I think wisdom is something you have to come to on your own. Like you can impart wisdom, but I don't know if you can teach it.
Sage and Bear Cub. I'm not trying to be like. I guess I'm genuinely. I am.
I had forgotten that I put a cat in a skull-shaped vat in that illustration until
I like that Thrayle is the stranger.
he's the god burglar. He has little gods in his sack.
Ah, Okay, that's what I was missing. So Sage and Bear Cub says the first sin, after all, was knowledge. But I don't hold that as a sin. I hold that as the ticket, that they were never meant to stay in the garden, and that the eating of the fruit was the way it was supposed to be. There's a great midrash that says that God had placed the tree of knowledge of good and evil in many, many places, but the people weren't finding it. And so God placed it at the center of the garden so that they could find it.
I heard monadic sphere talk about uh, a a mythological understanding of Genesis the other day, and I thought it was really interesting. And I don't know if you've heard his take on this.
I'd be curious.
It was basically what he was saying was that the Jews were in Babylon and wanted to be to not be in Babylon, and this story was about getting out of Babylon, and so Adam and Eve
Yeah,
were
I'm pretty sure you
representative
got that
of.
from me.
Did he? Okay, I hadn't heard, but
Yeah,
I
yeah.
heard, yeah, and I listened. I was listening to this, and I was like, wow, this makes a lot of sense, and also is like a really interesting explanation. And yeah, it was really cool.
Thank you. On behalf
Yeah,
of him
that's
and myself.
awesome. Yeah, that's awesome. It was really good. And uh, I will say that he definitely listened very well to you because he dictated it very well. So he must have listened to you and really paid attention.
Say it a few thousand times.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do. I do. My wife tells me this all the time. Like, you have 3 stories that you tell. You know?
What are they?
No, I mean, like, just
Oh,
every time I just say the same story over and over again. I have like I script myself. It makes it easier to tell the same thing, and so
so there are a couple people that I can always tell like what kinds of things have been on their mind by like the questions they ask or the things they bring up, and you are one of those people. Like you have like every couple weeks it shifts a little bit, but I can see a new idea forming in your head by the questions that you're asking. Like
well,
I
I'll
can
say
hear that you're forming something.
this is my laboratory. I hosted an event last week where I spoke to a very large influencer, online influencer, at our synagogue, and like all of your questions and all of your thoughts and all the things that we discuss here, all of that goes into the way that I question them. This is
That's
the best
awesome.
practice. Yeah. So thank you.
When you sent me that sermon, the Yom Kippur sermon,
Mhm.
um, and I was reading it, and I realized that the things that we had all of us had spent the last 3 weeks talking about had gone that those conversations had gone into this idea that you then wrote down and dictated very beautifully, and it was very thoughtful. um that felt very special, um because
Well,
it was a very special sermon, and then like to know that like we got to participate in you forming those ideas was like really cool.
yeah, I can't do this alone. Like I can't. I need thought partners. People to bounce these ideas off of and to like get heated with. You don't iron sharpens iron and all that. I've consistently had a cup of coffee every morning outside on the porch since October 2nd,
Wow.
and it's
Is
great.
that like a mindfulness thing? Like taking the time to do that for yourself?
Well, there's this song that like kind of secular Jews sing on 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 the New Year, on the Jewish New Year, and it goes like Bishana Haba'a Nashev Hamirkaset and it's like it's the song is Vishana Haba, in the year to come and see how good things will be. We'll and then it lists all these like mundane things, like we'll sit on the porch, we'll go between our vacation, like we'll go between the shores and the fields, we'll play with the birds, we'll play with the children, like all these just mundane things. And so I'm doing the porch sitting thing.
It's important to be outside.
Yeah, definitely.
Nobody is outside as much as I am outside, but because I'm always outside, I have realized how important it is to be outside, and I think it's really good when people make the point to do that more, because I know how easy it is to be inside all the time when you don't live in the jungle.
This is why I sit with the door to the studio open all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Except when I'm about to read the poem.
Thrayle, there was a song that I wanted to share with you that I thought you would really like as a poem, not necessarily for today, but I would really appreciate. It's Brandy Carlisle's new song. Um, oh shoot, like going in or something like that.
I will look it up for another time.
Returning to Myself is the name of the song. It's
Okay.
incredible.
I will definitely look into that for another time, though. I've got it in front of me. It does. I mean, yeah, it's probably better than what I'm going to read.
You know what I'm about to go do after this, Thrayle?
What's that?
I'm gonna make biscuits and gravy. I'm so excited.
I'm going to sleep. Well, after a Wordle. And maybe a game of chess if anyone's there.
Oh, I'll play chess with you. I got you.
Hell yeah.
I would love to play chess with you when I get home after work.
That would be awesome. I'd love to play you sometime, Duragon.
My partner would really like to play chess with you, Duragon.
Yeah, I'm down. I just I have to get my arm twisted. I gotta get my arm twisted to get on Discord though.
Yes. Well, consider this a twisting.
Okay, I can feel
Discord later.
I'll do that.
You should. Dude, watching Tyler and Duragon play chess is, I think, going to be a very fun game of chess to watch.
Oh yeah. Well, I think I want to thank all of you, of course, for being up here on panel, for asking the hard questions of our guests and of each other. I'm gonna, just so that the background looks right at the end, because I'm picky like that. I appreciate you, Rav. Thank you for being here. And for being amazing. Oh, he unmuted right when I did that. Shit. Durgon, thank you. I will catch you more than likely in the Discord later. Did I catch him? Nope. Cat, thank you as always. appreciate you. Oh, that looks different. It's because I took the open space out. Thank you to everybody for being here, for engaging in the comments, for tapping the screen, for sharing the live, for being just the most amazing audience on TikTok, like I said. Thank you for everyone who, for helping us with the gift goals, for gifting the panels, and of course, thank you for everyone who fell asleep and who might just now be waking up to realize it is, yep, the end is nigh and a poem is on the way. But if you enjoy this community and you want to be a part of it, see what we get up to, challenge us to chess, or just try to beat the Wordle score, well, you'll have to join the Discord. The link tree is in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. You'll want to make sure you read the rules when you get there, and if you can agree to them, well, then you should find out that you're not alone. And if you stumble across the Venmo or the Cash App while you're on that link tree, well, if you do want to show your support that way, I truly appreciate it. I do thank everybody who helps that way, and oh, thank you, Jim, for the Night Star. Thank you to everybody. You guys really do make this worthwhile. I think sometimes that if it was me and the 5 or 6 people that would scroll through some of the early days, I think I would try to still do this, try to push through and have every could. But it really is all of you that makes this worthwhile. Thank you for really just being so open to considering other views and questions, and really helping us to get everyone to really think for themselves, to question the assumptions that they're given, to look past that certainty that they think is their knowing. You say you are certain in your knowing, and all that knowing you've accrued. So lucky you have such knowing, while others merely conclude. Now your knowing leads to other knowing, like a tower stacked in you, cemented by the knowing that your knowing must be true. And when someone questions all that knowing, well, you know what to do. Dismiss the knowing in their question, because your knowing knows more than they knew. But their knowing has a knowing, and that knowing knows what's true. It knows that the knowing that you know is a knowing you never really knew. Still, every knower keeps on knowing the other's knowing is askewed, since knowing is the art of holding whatever one wants to have construed. Yet the knowing of your knowing is not the knowing you once knew. It's the knowing born of habit, a reflex more than truth. So you know that you are knowing, And you know that they don't know, and they know that they are knowing more than you could ever know. But knowing new knowing on any old knowing still can't make that knowledge true. It only grows the quiet fiction that knowing is even what we do. But doubt is also a kind of knowing, in a softer, humbler view, a knowing that all this knowing is a mask that we talk through. And when the knowing finally falters, if you can freeze that point of view, you may find that every knower is only guessing what could be true. And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together, I love you all. Take care.